So
you need to ask him about
latest
we'll
suggestion on this.
We'll keep the agenda. If you want, we can always schedule it separately in a separate meeting. So lots on the agenda, and yes, lots on the agenda. A power pack session, and the last 2 months, 2.5, we were told not to do the session because of that World Congress. So the matter was ready in September, right? October, more matter added. November, more matter added. December, more matter added. We can do at least a 2-day session, if not 1 day, one and a half day. So time passes, so get the best benefit. I would now, I think most of you know each other. This is I think, third physical meeting for the year. More physical meetings than any other study groups. In fact, none of the other study groups have been able to have a physical meeting with internal speakers, except one other which is following us, because we said members should be present. I now request our Anil Sharma. Everybody knows him. More people know him as he has been active in very large study circles. Yeah, Yogesh, come. Okay.
entire company has been stopped actually.
So, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, Yogesh, you come at the right time. You just request Anil to introduce Mayur, who is ready to start, and then we'll have Sandeep session.
I'll request Anil sir to just.
Thank you, Yogesh. Mayur is obviously, as you can see on the screen, he will tell us a lot about value investing, and he's CEO at Wealth Managers, and I think briefly he can.
Sir, with the permission of the child, I'll introduce myself if it is okay with you.
Yes, certainly okay.
Because it will be much more casual and all seniors are there. So I'm into the field of investing for more than 2 decades. I'm with this organization for more than 2 decades. Before passing my CA, I joined. So I was heading the research part, equity research. We were doing equity research in the year of 99, 2000, 2001, when research was not so formally there. 2013 onwards, I am whole time into portfolio management services. So I am the head of portfolio management services. I also manage the strategies there. I think for this domain, I think this is sufficient to.
Yeah, I'll add one line about Mayur for benefit of this ICA Connect. Since the BFSI CM Roundtable Discussion group started and covered it, but since BKC days, he has been an active member throughout, and in annual capital market summits, which we did in auditorium, he has been a speaker. At the Central Council events, he has been a speaker on capital market, and this year, luckily, now is continuing. So he stays in Pune. He drove specially for this session, specially, So just and he puts his hard job, whatever time is given to him, and he has a lot on value investing. He can write a thesis. He can do, yes. So what we have requested him about 1 hour deep dive presentation and discussion, about 15 minutes on charts. Sandeep will do, and we have planned another session on technical analysis separately, a long drawn session, and then on bond markets, Yogesh Satpute, the practical issues, Harish, Madaan, practical issues, bond debt, and we will discuss latest developments, including what happened in the RBI policy last week. We always discuss. Latest we'll discuss, and collectively we'll put, but certainly Yogesh and Harish, right? We know RBI policy deep dive, including digital rupee currency updates, and see that everybody gets the maximum value out of it. Sir? Come. This we have been waiting for you. And yes, so let's have a wholesome thing. And main is Mayur has come specially, then he'll be driving back. And we will discuss lots of practical issues. But let's understand, the theme of value changes every day. Definitions of value, but he'll start with the actual what really value is supposed to mean for the fund manager.
So thank you Manojji for having me here, and thank you all of you for being now. I'm happy that I'm the first speaker because the boring part will get over. Normally exam में 5 subjects होते तो अच्छा last अगर जाते तो खुशी होता है कि कुछ कर. No, then your entire other day is okay. So I'm sure the more exciting part is the bond and the charts which will come. This is a little more boring part of it because it does involve a little good element of theoretical understanding because it's a subject which is not. There are a lot of misconceptions, there are a lot of perceptions, and this is all about, right? So converting from that to the practical aspect is something. So normally value investing, I'm sure most of you would be knowing Flame Institute in Pune if anybody is, right?
Yes, it's academic.
So there is a workshop of 7 days on value investing.
7 days?
And yeah, behavioral finance was 6 days, I'm saying, roughly. So Safal Niveshak, I know if anybody all know, right? Vishal Khandelwal, he conducts a course where the mastermind course it runs into months, and Manojji has asked me to do this in now less than an hour because we are running short of time. So I don't know, I'm going to actually space to some of those slides and move ahead. It is 60 slides, so don't worry, I'm not going to bog you down with all the 60 slides. We'll probably cover maybe 20-25 slides and move ahead, right? Because this covers a lot of things. So some of the standard disclosures, obviously it is all for actually for academic purpose. हम आजकल stock recommendation भी वैसे ही देखते हैं Twitter और social media पे, but this is actually for education purposes, right? We've tried our best to collect the data from authentic sources, but again, please do your own homework, and this is not a recommendation, right? So value investing, am I standing in between?
Mayur, can you just get the last slide back? One second, just 1 second.
Yeah.
Oh, BFSI, just 1 second. Previous slide, just 1 second.
First slide.
So I think we were talking in the hall, and you will be able to see some of the terms. I want all of you to just look at this and maybe look at only 2 or 3 terms which relate to you.
1 second, Mayur, just cover slide, no? 1 second only. BFSI CM wala. The camera could not capture. Yeah, carry. You can move to it.
So, सबके लिए the terms may matter differently. I want you to hold on to only 2 or 3 which you feel, and see if I'm able to cover that understanding for you or not. Because it's not possible to look at all of them, but just see whether whichever suits you best, and see if you like and whether I'm able to cover those or not. Because value investing is a very, very broad concept, and it encompasses a lot of things, right? So risk return, we were talking about investing versus speculation, momentum, many of those things I will try and cover. Margin of safety, we have all heard, intrinsic values. These are some things which comes very okay to buy low PE, long term versus momentum. Some of these concepts are there, and somewhere I'll try and touch upon them, right? Normally, so obviously CA is a very specialized course, right? But before we go to any specialization, there is a generalized study, right? We do till graduation, we do commerce, right? हम लोग को दादी माँ भी बोलती थी, बॉस खाना खाने के पहले थोड़ा गाजर खा लिया करो. The carrot is for the general thing, then you can specialize, right? So I'll give you some brush up, let's say, because we all have gone a little farther ahead in life doing practical things. We need to just take a step back and look at some of the concepts again, So the idea is to just have a small refresh to some of those things, right?
Will you be sharing this PPT or how it is? Or we should take down the notes? Or we should take down the notes?
No, I don't think notes is not required actually. You can have the present, not an issue. I think we all know, right? Since this age group tells me we would be knowing these two players, right? The new players I also don't know. But the idea of doing this is, and I'm sure you'll be able to recollect. We know, Kamli, despite having maybe better skills than Tendulkar, could not perform well, right? And Tendulkar, we know where he has done, right? The idea of putting this is, we need to understand this, that there is a learning from both of them, right? Value investing is a lot about practical aspects of life, right? And you have to imbibe those principles and those things into actual thing. Think for yourself that how do you think of some of these things when I'm talking, and you'll be able to relate to it. So, when a person comes, we all discuss in open कि मेरा ये stock बहुत अच्छा हुआ, वो stock अच्छा हुआ. But what is important is from failure also there is a learning to do. And what are those learnings? Learnings is what we should not do. What led to those failures? Very important. So if I have to learn, I also want my kid to learn from Tendulkar. But if his problem is, Tendulkar will tell the way, because his mindset, his sight, his abilities are different. My mindset, my sight is different as a human being, right? So वो जहाँ से approach कर रहे things को, I will never come to know. He sees ball 5 seconds before me, right? Which 1 in 100 batsmen will be able to do it. And if he tells me that this is how you should swing the bat, boss, I'm going to get out, right? So it is better to know how I should not swing the bat so that I don't get out, right? So it's very important to learn from failures as to what not to do. Charlie Munger has got a quote which says, "Tell me where to die and I will not go there." Right? It's very simple, nothing rocket science, right? But there is a very strong message in it. We all end up doing a lot of stupid things, right? And we end up going into those directions, especially in investing, because there is a lot of psychological barriers, biases. And we end up doing those stupid things. For some of them, the results are very good, but for the large majority, it is not like that, right? So, this is what I was saying, psychological errors. I think the key part over here is the 2 points. Appreciate the role of luck versus skill. It is very important that we imbibe the principle of luck itself in our daily life, because anything could have happened. Expressway traffic jam हो जाता, मैं यहाँ पहुँचता ही नहीं. So am I here is a part of luck? 100, I'll say 90% luck, right? There are so many things which we take it for granted, which we believe that it is because of us, but we forget that it is somewhere there is a luck playing on, right? Yes, skill is important. Skill is very important, but understand and appreciate the role of luck in life, in investing more so, right? You choose today, I'm sure the most hot topic in investing or today in stock market may be PSU banks or defense stocks or railway stocks, I don't know. But are you really choosing those stocks because you did a homework 2 years back, right? And what if after 3 months those stocks don't work out, right? And what if they have worked? You believe it was your skill which has come on play. But have you really thought whether it was luck or skill? Another important aspect is bet seldom, right? Tendulkar is Tendulkar or Dravid is Dravid because they don't try to hit like Yusuf Pathan, right? They don't try to hit every ball to 6, right? They choose their ball, they choose the pitch, and when they find it, that is where they will go for the shots, right? So bet seldom, and there's a lot of wisdom in betting seldom. The fact that you will bet seldom itself will protect you from a lot of losses, right? Recently, one of the greatest fund manager, Prashant Jain, he resigned, right? And if you look at it's a 5-page or 6-figure resignation, and I would urge everybody to read it. He mentions one very important thing, and he depicted that entire investing lifespan of his 55 stocks out of 352 stocks. He has bought 352 stocks in his life career. 55 stocks accounted for 85% of the gains, right? Obviously, there is a survivorship bias here. Okay, some of the stocks which did well is there, right? But understand the point that if you bet seldom, obviously there are ways of doing it, when to get it right. There is a process. But if you bet seldom, this is what the probability, is that the maximum gains would come out of the most minimum number of stocks. So take the point.
So this data was based on his mutual fund.
He presented his 30 years of investing career in that time. A little technical term, Pavlovian association. Actually, as human beings, we are programmed to be liked. Right? Nobody would, if I tell you this is why we don't discuss stocks which have not done good for us. Have you ever discussed stocks which have not done good for you? We will always say,
It's a failure.
yeah, because we don't like that. Maybe people will form opinion about us that we don't want to be liked, right? We want people to like us, right? We want to talk about our successes. We want to talk. That's a natural human being, right? So that's in behavioral part. It is called the Pavlovian association, right? We don't want anybody to, anybody would not like to hear unpleasant things about themselves, right? So you have to train yourself, out of it. You have to learn to face those dislikings so that you are able to overcome the biases which are important. And trust me, a lot of this has a role in investing. You may think this is a psychological class, but psychology is all about, investing it is all about psychology. 99% of the success is emotional and psychological intelligence, right, sir? And 99 is a little higher, but 95%, whatever. Now, there are actually theories which supports this, right?
Not the fundamental or technical skills.
No, I'm saying the skill, the intelligence part is only 5% out of it. So intelligence के बाद वो आएगा fundamental है कि technical है कि क्या है, right? Because so anyway, so a practical example of this is हम management meet अगर कोई करते हैं, कोई con call सुनते हैं, कुछ अच्छा report पढ़ते हैं, हम excite हो जाते हैं. We start liking that, right? As if बहुत अच्छा association. I find myself into that shoes 300 days out of 365 days because management meets होता है, ये होता है. We like certain management and you get as so take a cool off period is the example which I have written. Take a step back, think of it, think rationally. वो rational mind think करने के लिए जरूरी है कि understand first करना कि there is something behavioral aspects playing in my mind, or is it I'm just doing blindly out of it. Another important, play by your circle of competence. So Munger says everybody can't be a chess champion, right? But can I be a plumbing contractor? That's an example. सब बन सकते हैं ना, but मेरा कॉम्पिटेंस उसमें है तो मैं उसमें एक्सेल कर सकता हूँ ना. What is wrong? Why do I want to become a certain person? That was the point I was trying to drive first. कि तेंदुलकर को देख के तेंदुलकर मत बनो. Obviously उससे सीखना है, but don't try to become that. Play by your circle of competence. So I personally, if I like a certain sector or I am good in certain areas of, so I like BFSI and that is how I am connected with Manoj ji and for them. So अगर मुझे banking थोड़ा समझता है, तो I would like to play by my strength, right? In practical terms also, my portfolio would have a bias towards that. I can't have only that, but there is a bias, and I want to play by my strength so that when the pitch is there, I can hit the maximum success, right? Another important aspect is try and increase your circle of competence a little bit every time. So if मुझे pharma नहीं समझता, बहुत technical subject है, right? In stock market at our level, when we manage other people's money, we have to actually come down and become a pharmacist. We have to become a doctor. Try and understand. If I am looking at certain engineering sectors, if I don't look at it as an engineering domain, financial domain, तो सबको समझता है. What is the edge, right? So it's very difficult to come down to that level and understand. But then what we try to do, increase your circle of competence 2% every year. 1% every year. Gather knowledge about some new sector, one new sector, not 10 new sectors. It cannot happen. I cannot do it. I will not do justice, right? So increase your circle of competence by a little bit every year. That's the key point. And from a company's perspective, when they play by their circle of competence, that is where we hear the term competitive advantage, moat. Right? These are terms which are used in stock markets very easily. So how do they play? They play by their circle of competence, which helps them to build the moats around them. So look at, let's go to actually some of those now investing carrots. I'm sure everybody, does everybody know the rule of 72? Rule of compounding, right? So if just a brush up, this is a brush up session, so we are just warming up. if I've got the rate of return, I've got the number of years. If you divide by 72, either of that, 72 divided by number of years, I'll get the required rate of return. Or 72 divided by number of years, I'll get the required rate of return. But how we don't know the rule of 114, right? 114 talks tripling of money. The way 72 talks about doubling of money, 100, it's not visible, na, Master? So second.
ये क्या परिमल का handwriting है क्या? Looks परिमल. परिमल आड़े लिखता है ना. Publishes also.
नहीं इधर नहीं आ रहा. So there's a rule, similar rule of tripling also. You divide 114 by number of years, you will get how many years it will take, how much rate of return for tripling your money, right? But I think the key point is those two. There's a very small difference. If you see 0.99 to the power 365, it is less than 1 and it goes further away than 1. It goes to 0.03. And if you are able to push yourself to 1.01, the same raised to 365 takes you to 37.8. It's mathematics, science. The idea is push yourself that 2%, right? That is the important one. And second important part is, what I've written there is, understand that compounding, if you want the benefits of compounding to play for you, the biggest part is don't disturb it. So what do I mean by that? We want to sell shares, come out of it, again sell shares, come out of it. You are disturbing the compounding process, right? So I am talking about my success right now because this is about compounding. I will talk about my figure too. So Bajaj Finance, I never knew would become like this, right? We are holding from 2013 onwards, right? But the only good part, and why I could relate to this, the only good part is we did not disturb the process, right? IL&FS crisis aaya, hold on, right? COVID aaya, hold on, right? So many things come up, hold on. If you have identified a good stock, obviously it can't be done for all stocks. But if you have come across this, hold on, right? Don't disturb the compounding process, right? That's the important one. There are many things on this. Again, a lot of formulas here. How do we calculate sustainable P's? These are apne books mein milega. I'm just refresh button. This is how to look at growth. I'm not going into this. There's a PE versus PB relationship, right? If the if the PE is given and the ROEs are given, you can calculate what should be the price to book and things like that, right? I think the practical way over here is some people say that PE, how much should be the PE? So should the PE be equal to ROE? 20% ROE है तो 20 का PE मिलना चाहिए, right? Those are terminologies. Growth is 20%, so should the PE be 20? PEG बोलते, right? So these are terms which are used in investing very easily. Every term has its own relevance. I've just put it because it's lack of time, can't go into that. But the important part is the last one, ROE is equal to investment return. I don't know how much time we have, but I've got one fast click here. So this is, can everybody just, now is it visible?
Yes.
Right? So this is Asian Paint Pella. If you see the ROE for last 24 years, 32%, look at the CAGR of stock, 30%, 29.6. 20 years, 33%, 28%. So much relation between ROE and the CAGR return. Obviously, this will play over longer periods of time. If you try to do this for 1 year, 2 years, it may not play, or 3 years, it won't play. But I'm taking 24 years of CAGR. I've taken 24 years of ROE, right? This is how it will look at, right? Now, obviously, Asian Paint is an example where every number will match for that company. Let us look at how things happen for Bharti Airtel or Reliance, right? So here the correlation, look at the 15 years. 15-year average ROE 12.1%, 15-year average CAGR 15.6%. In the case of 10 years, it has not matched because probably the geo is not well captured here because the price is showing that in ROE it has not yet come. But there is a relation, right? Look at the 15-year. 15-year cash stock return is equal to 15-year, closer to 15-year ROEs, right? Look at Bharti Airtel, right? 15-year again, 11% ROE average, 7% is the stock return roughly, right? And whenever the ROEs have been higher in earlier periods, even the stock returns compared to those periods are higher, right? So there is a very strong correlation. Don't go by the exact number correlation. Understand the concept here, right? Grassing. Why I took grassing? Because the data is there and it's one company where, it's not, it is a diversified company. Look at the ROE. 15 year, 12.8, look at the CAGR return, 11.7, 11.4. So much of, and this you can do it for across the companies. Very important point to note. So when you look at companies, what kind of ROEs those companies are generating over longer periods of time, somewhere your returns are going to be broadly, matching that. Now, this is very important. Is if my 25 years return is going to be 20%, let's say if the ROE is 20% over long periods and it is 20%, if the stock in 5 years has done 80% CAGR return, which it has means that it has become 6 times in hota hai, right? Avenue supermarkets, बहुत सारे stocks, you get list, which means that they are going to go and converge there. Or it also means that the stock which has not done well for the first 5-7 years, and if they are able to maintain that ROE, is going to go and converge up, right? Somewhere. This is a very simplistic assumption, but look for these kind of deviations in the market. Right?
Have you identified any such deviations?
Tips.
Sir, we'll come to the stocks later. So let's focus on the. So.
This is carrot.
Yeah, so very important again, COC, we are all students of, so we'll know cost of capital versus ROE. Look at companies when you see this. If a return on equity is 10%, our cost of capital is 15%. If they are retaining money, right? It is good. If they are retaining money, it's a problem because they are not going to generate a return equal to your cost of capital. So it's a problem, right? If they are retaining 50%, it's further value destructive, right? A 20% ROE company, if it is not retaining money, right, that is where we have a problem because it's an opportunity loss. Their business can generate 20%, your required rate of return is 15%. You should question the company, why are you not retaining and investing further? So that will give you some clues. And on the other side, the nirvana is you have a higher ROE company, your cost of capital is 15%, and if they are plowing back the money, because that is where your profitable growth is going to continue. Very important again, PEs have to be looked at in cycles. If you have normally for materials and steel companies or for metal companies, when the PEs are on the higher side but the profits are lower, that is a good time to buy because it's a low cycle, right? So, but this is not for all companies, right? But generally for commodity companies, you should look at when the PE looks optically very high because the profits are at its lowest. Don't look at low PE there as a value. No. In the case of, very clearly, if you look at low PE and high cycle, which is the fourth quadrant here, it is a lowest margin of safety, right? Whereas if you look at the first quadrant, which I mentioned, is the highest margin of safety because the cycle is low. So you have to look at PE in relation to that cycle. If you have a high PE and a high cycle, you have a very low margin of safety. So many consumer staple companies, so I will not take names, but one has to start looking at it, right? So you will see many times the stock falls by 50-60%. And just till year before they were doing phenomenally well. 3 saal mein 5x ho gaya hoga. Right? And why? Because they were in a high cycle of and market started giving them high PE. So high PE combined with high cycle, you are standing here, you are off the cliff straight away. Right? There's no problem. It's not, it's general, right? That is how it has to happen because those are not sustainable cycles. Right? This is not a FMCG company where other than FMCG, there are very few companies where the demand is going to be exactly straight line for the last 20 years, or it will further go on for the next 20 years, right? Very few. Forget the growth rate part of it. But nobody can question whether Hindustan Unilever will grow at 2 or 3% for the next 20 years. I don't think there's any problem, right? If India is growing at nominally in 12%, it has to grow at 10, 12. It can easily do, right? So there's no question about it for as many years. And for the last 25 years, it has done, right? But other than FMCG, there are very few sectors which will be able to show that kind of structurally. There will be cycles, right? So look at PE in terms of cycles. Again, beware of averages. This is a very important thing. We normally talk of average PE, average holding period. Average, beware of average. Averages have to be used only when statistical, right? We have learned this a long time back. Averages, use average when the dispersion of data is very close to each other. 12, 14, 13 and a half, 15, good to use average. But that is not life. Life may, there are data, you will yourself when we analyze a company, you will see ROE of 4% and then ROE of 38%. How will you do average, right? You can't say that the average ROE of 21%. 42 divided by 2 nahi kar sakte, right? So don't try to do averages. So this is like average depth of a sea is 5 feet, but at one point of time it is 18 feet, right? So if you try and assume that I'm going to cross the bridge, I'll cross the sea best because it is 5 feet, I'll cross it, but you will drown yourself, right? So beware of averages, very important in practical. I'll skip this efficient market hypothesis, this will go a little more technical, but the crux of this is, in academics we learn this, that markets are efficient, everything is priced into the market, but reality is not like that, right? There are certain participants in markets who are able to take advantage of that, maybe because of certain other, maybe they have more understanding of the market, maybe they are superior at analysis, maybe they are able to identify the gaps. So, efficient market hypothesis, partly it is true, but most people take it as granted that market prices everything, because statistically बहुत easy है वो use करना, right? I don't know if anybody is professionally investing, managing money or investing, who practices. So हम लोग cost of equity बोलते हैं, I don't know if please interrupt me if I'm going out of this. So cost of equity निकालते, because when we value the discount rate निकालते हम लोग, right? So discounted cost of equity निकालते, and there we use beta. ये बीटा मीन्स वोलेटिलिटी है, बीटा में भी हम ये कॉन्सेप्ट यूज करते हैं, बिकॉज वी बिलीव स्टैटिस्टिकली बहुत इजी है कैलकुलेट करना ना, बट रियलिटी इज नॉट लाइक दैट, राइट? मार्केट्स आर पार्टली एफिशिएंट, पार्टली नॉट इनएफिशिएंट. So Buffett conceptualized this concept of, Graham conceptualized this concept of Mr. Market. So just because market is there to give you a quotation, you need not go and transact with it, right? Very important. Look at the term he's using. He's saying market is manic depressive person. Because कौन आदमी आपके पास रोज आकर के आपको बेचने का और बाय करने का देगा? कोई आज तक कोई एक सेल्समैन दिखाओ कोई भी प्रोडक्ट में जो आपको रोज आपके घर आता है, चाहे आप लो या नहीं लो. आता है क्या कभी कोई? He has to be manically depressive person. So understand his psychology. He's a manic depressive situation. So why? Because he comes every day and gives you a quote. या ले लो या बाय कर लो या बेचो या लुटाओ. But you need not transact with him just because he is there to give you a quote, right? So transact when you want to do it. Be very careful of this. Understand this and use it to your advantage. There are times when, because he is depressive, there will be times when he is overexcited, right? 2007, 2008, or when he will be extremely depressive like COVID's, right? And that is the time when he is going to give you 100 rupees of worth of stock at 10 rupees. That is the time you have to transact with him, right? You don't expect him to be कहने 10 रुपए का worth है, 100 रुपए का worth भी 10 में मिलेगा. Wait for your time, right? And there will be times when he will value that 100 at 2000 rupees. That is the time when you know you have to sell it. Porter's 5 forces, very important. We look at this as, no, I will not go too much deep in, but this is very important in doing fundamental analysis, trying to understand the pricing power for companies, competitive advantage which we so often use, and this also helps us to understand and benchmark against various sectors and segments, because when you look at how an telecom sector compares with a oil and gas sector, or it compares, when you look at their total 5 forces, it gives you an understanding. What is the difference there? Where is the problem lying there? Right? The industry structure, the rivalry structure, what are the entrants, what are the substitute products. So it helps you a good perspective about do fundamental analysis. Risk versus uncertainty. We were talking about beta, right? I have listed down how some of the successful investors look at risk and uncertainty. So for Buffett, risk is permanent loss of capital, right? Potential loss of stock is not risk. He says permanent loss of capital hota hai kya? Actually, if you there is somewhere in the slide we have given the definition of investing when we actually come to value investing, right? But for him it is permanent loss of capital, right? Just because there is volatility, people look at statistically volatility as risk. Right? There is a psychologist by the name Nassim Nicholas Taleb. He says, swan, white swan हमको पता है, pond में वो swan, they're normally white, right? You'll never figure out a black swan. So black swan event कहाँ से? हम बोलते हैं ना black swan event हो गया. Why is black swan event? क्योंकि black swan नहीं होते. Understand, right? It is only white swans ही होते. So black is a rarity. अगर वो हुआ, there can be two sides, positive and negative. For as a right, बहुत positive event हो गया. तो right, a black swan event हो गया, but positive. It's a surprise. We didn't assume, we didn't anticipate that to come, but it's a. So in terms of negative, avoid negative black swans. When you are investing, see that you should not get stuck on the wrong side. They are rare and very highly impactful events, right? So difficult sometimes to anticipate, but just as a concept, understand that as a risk. Third, how does Graham defines this as, that when we buy, we should ensure that there is enough margin of safety. So, it's less risky in that situation. Uncertainty, for most of us, the fact, just think of it, the fact that we are unable to predict or we are unable to understand the outcomes, it is not risk, it is uncertainty. Right? Because there is uncertainty, doesn't mean it is risky. We confuse between these two. Right? Just because we are unable to see the stock price, just because we are unable to see the future of the company, we feel it is risky, or the reverse way is also there. Right? But it is uncertain. If you go deep down 1 or 2 steps, you will be able to figure out a lot of things. Right? So, see in life situation also, if there is a little uncertainty, we think it is risky. Right? Traffic jam हो गया, 4 गाड़ी आगे है, पता नहीं दिख नहीं रहा है, पता नहीं कब पहुंचेंगे, अनसर्टन हो गया, हमको लगता है छोड़ो घुमा लो गाड़ी या दूसरे रास्ते से चलो. रुको 2 मिनट, देख लो क्या होता है. Maybe you are lucky. Certain valuation aspects about valuation. First thing is don't complicate, right? DCF is just we do discounted cash flows and investing, but that's just a target price most. So I think for this audience we can just skip this. Yeah, so last one is very important. Entry valuation is very important. You will not lose money if you get that right. So if your entry valuations are right, most likely you will not lose money. One cannot guarantee whether you will make a lot of money or not, but surely you will not lose a lot of money. Now this is something which is very important. Where do you allocate your? अगर आपके पास 5 स्टॉक रहते हैं, आप किसको allocate करते हो सबसे ज़्यादा पैसा? Just few fast examples. Sir, कहाँ allocate करते हैं आप सबसे ज़्यादा? नहीं, हाँ, but in terms of let's say market cap bias हटा दो, तो किस टाइप के स्टॉक में आप सबसे ज़्यादा डालोगे? आपके 5 स्टॉक में से? Something who is doing well?
फ्यूचर अच्छा लग रहा है.
मोमेंटम.
फ्यूचर अच्छा लग रहा है.
मोमेंटम है.
मोनोपोली है. सेक्टर में मोनोपोली.
So अच्छा है, फ्यूचर अच्छा है. Any other answer?
Momentum is there.
Correct. Momentum is there, right?
इकोनॉमिक मोड.
PE less होना चाहिए.
Sir, वो मेरे सामने खाली मत बोल.
He just argued.
That has to be in practice. नहीं जरूरी नहीं है ऐसा.
हाँ, 15 PE तक कंफर्ट बैठता है.
पर सर कुछ सेक्टर है उसमें 15 भी क्या 50 भी
So we'll come to those aspects. We'll come to some of those aspects.
Okay.
I will urge you to think on this. It's a very important portfolio point of view. Allocate your maximum where the chances of losing money is least. It is don't allocate where the chances of making money is highest. And see how the portfolio performs in 5 years, 10 years. Right? this is something which is not normally what people will think of, but allocate your money where maximum probability is that or maximum probability of not losing the money is the lowest, right? So that is the key. If you allocate where the probability of gains is the highest, we normally look at a lot of returns. Risk ka kya? So look at from a risk perspective. What if you cap the downside? Automatically 5 साल 10 साल में you see a marked difference in the way your portfolio performs.
Mayur, one point just want to understand. If you just go back to the slide, because you have the anti-valuation very important. Now when we are talking about the anti-valuation, one of the parameters that because to look at, well,
yeah. So we'll come to that. A lot of things are covered. Let me run through the presentation actually. A lot of things, 60 slides there, right? So I'll touch upon them and we have a that process also. So we saw that, right? Stock return is equal to returns made by the underlying business, right? This is what we saw, right? Over long periods, if ROE is certain, that is what the stock returns are. And this is science. I am looking at 25 years of companies across sectors, right? It's not my perception. Right, so science tells you, the data tells you something, right? And this is what Mangar has said. Over long term, it is hard for a stock to earn a much better return than the business which underlies it. Right? It is very difficult, right? So if the business is earning only 6% over 40 years and you hold it for 40 years, you are not going to get a much different return than 6%. Right? This is what we saw. Right? And if it is 18% over 20 years, 30 years, and if you end up paying expensive price, you'll end up with a problem, but if you don't end up paying a lot of price, you'll still do reasonably good, right? Now, difference, I'm saying it is okay to enter in an expensive one, but not a bubble pattern. There's a very big difference, right? You may get away with doing there's a slide on this also, which I'll come later. So, investing versus speculation, I think this is a gold standard for definition of investing. Sabko hota hai, what is investing? I think everybody sitting here, if you want to take it, please take this definition and if possible, as much as possible, practice it. An investment operation, and this is the most gold standard I have seen, and obviously that is why Graham is Graham and Buffett is Buffett, those are the people. So an investment operation is one which upon thorough analysis, right? So first principle of investing, thorough analysis, promises safety of capital. How many times do we put a bet thinking that there is a safety of capital? And an adequate return, not the maximum return. What is adequate return? Right? It's a whole, Sorry?
Gentle more in the market return.
I don't know. What is market return? And over what period? Yeah, so subjectiveness hai. Right? So, सबका अलग-अलग perspective आएगा. But are we looking at? I will say for me 15% is good enough. Adequate return. Why 15? I can define and argue for if you want the whole day, right? But just as an example, बता रहा. But important is safety of principle upon thorough analysis. Understand the keyword. And look at the second part. Operations not meeting these requirements are speculative. Finished. So, if anybody says, नहीं मैं तो invest करता हूँ, right? If you have not done these three things, or if you have not ensured, if you have not done thorough analysis, if you have not, while investing, understood that there is a safety of capital, and what kind of return you are going to make, if these three things are not there, you are speculating. Right? I've got another interesting point here. Just like intelligent investing, there is intelligent speculation. Right? Now, intelligent speculation, very difficult to define. So let us define what is unintelligent speculation. और वो नहीं किया तो बाकी सब intelligent है. Correct है ना? Correct? So what is unintelligent speculation? First is speculating when you think you are investing. That is the most unintelligent part of it. Don't do that. So you are speculating when you think you are investing. Speculating seriously, but as a pastime. Right? When you lack proper knowledge and skill. I think sir will be able to highlight this, a lot of it. Right? Risking more money in speculation than you can afford to lose. Right? If you take a lot of leverage, I don't know how much of reality we can afford to lose. But if you're doing that, it is unintelligent speculation. So you can do speculation, but ensure that it is intelligent speculation. The fact that stock markets move up and down, there is a speculative component inherent into stock market. But that is not speculation. Understand the difference. Speculative component सब में ही होता है because bond में भी ऊपर नीचे जाते हैं prices, right? So there is a speculative element. How you look at it and how you take that is important, right? And never mix them. Investing versus trading. Actually, there was a video. This is a movie, Wolf of Wall Street, and a boiler room. I would urge you all to see that, and we can skip this. I think just an understanding, because I am representing a fundamental part of it in a value investing, and hence it's not about right or wrong, right? Just a concept, right?
Those who see the movie, they can share the comments in the WhatsApp group. We would love to read that. Please see the movie. I think it's on YouTube.
Capital protection versus appreciation. So we saw this in the definition itself, that first emphasize that there is a protection and then start looking at the return, right? Key is not losing the capital permanently. I'll give you a little fund management side of it. We don't have the liberty so much. We are mark to market every day, right? भले PMS में NAV नहीं देखते कोई, but client को उसके डीमैट का होल्डिंग डेली लगता है, राइट? हम देते नहीं, हम करना नहीं, बट उसका इच्छा जरूर रहता है देखने का, राइट? So we are also, unfortunately we have to balance both the sides of the view. So what we do is, if I have not made money or if I have lost money over a 5-year period, I will take it as permanent loss, right? I cannot go by 20 years of उतना liberty नहीं है, मैं पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, घर भी leverage करना पड़ जाएगा मुझे, salary भी नहीं मिलेगा, right? So I cannot have that approach. But then, from a fund management perspective, you can look at 3-year, 5-year as a good range where if you have not made money, is a good way to say that you have at least, it's a loss of capital, loss of opportunity also, right? And this is where entry price is very important, right? So I don't know how many of you would know Wipro. It's a quality company, right? If you look at the ROEs, the management, there's no problem, right? It is the third largest IT company, right? 2000 ka price, it broke in 2022, right? Or sorry, COVID period, 2021, after 20 years. Till 20 years the stock. Infosys is 4x of that or 5x of that, right? But Wipro broke its price right now. We have got a further on down this. So, and same Wipro, if you had bought 6 months later, February 2000 के बाद buy किया होता, so your CAGR would have been 18% for the 20 years period, right? So entry price becomes very important. So business had no role to play here. That same business है, कोई फर्क नहीं था. There's another way to ensure capital protection. So I told about capital protection, but how do you ensure that there's a... So I have a bias for that, and that is why I'm saying this. Focus on quality of management. So thorough analysis करना है हमें. If you are ensured that the quality of management is good, a lot of your capital protection can take place. Obviously subject to enterprising. Combine that with the quality of business, and there's a whole, it's a 4-hour session one can do on just the quality of business earnings and the quality of earnings. We say कि अपनी का quality of earnings अच्छा है, या we say that let's buy quality growth. What do you mean by quality growth, right? We can define them, but then if you are able to buy quality management with a good business, I think a lot of your capital protection can take care, subject to obviously the valuation. There is a separate checklist for protection versus appreciation. Follow the process with discipline. Follow the process, and actually I'll tell you, not because I'm standing here and saying this, but 80% of the time we focus on process and forget the return. Honestly, I've been able to do it for myself, that I don't look at that the stock has to give. If your process is followed, if you ensure that the downside is there, if you ensure that certain thing, due diligence is process, and that is a checklist helps you a lot, then outcomes will be there. And if the outcomes are not as expected, you again go and follow the process, exit, and again you can entry, but follow the process, right? The outcomes may not be always the way you like it, right? But if you focus on outcomes, you will bypass a lot of the process, and then that is where you end up landing into trouble. Oof! Finally, value investing, right? So
Carrot is over.
so carrot itself was not carrot, no? It was already till dessert, na? ऐसा लगा ना? I know. But that is where when you see professionals का एक habit होता है, either convince or confuse. So I'm here to confuse you all. So because I know I can't convince you all sitting here, so I'll confuse you all, right?
And all of you should leave with a very clear mind.
So I'm going a little fast. My apologies for that. But even if you are able to retain 5% of it, and that's what my effort is, it will be good. Let's start with everything with a very basic. What does value mean? And if you want to know about value investing, focus on this slide a lot. It will tell you a lot. Value. Now this is Oxford Dictionary meaning. This is not my meaning. This is not any. Dictionary says that the regard that something is held to deserve, the importance, worth, or usefulness of something. Right? That is value. Value is the regard that something is held to deserve. There is a deserving factor. There is a usefulness. But important is it is against something, right? Because how will you say this is useful, right? How do you say this is deserving? हम वो अपने बेटे को बोलते हैं you are not deserving. देख तेरे फ्रेंड को देख, तो कितना पढ़ाई करता है, तू नहीं करता, right? उसको सामने लाया तो दिखा ना. वो गाना है ना, जिसकी बीवी मोटी क्यों? क्योंकि किसी मोटी को रखा तो समझा कि वो मेरी बीवी बड़ी अच्छी है, right? Otherwise तो कैसे समझा? There is a relativeness concept, right? And second value is values, which we all know, right? Principles or standards of behavior. And I want you to focus and so understand the fact value investing, value has inherent into it the part of psychology. If you do not understand your behavioral biases, if you do not understand how you act, there is something grossly missing in your investing side, right? Because values, we always say, मेरे values है. What do you mean by that? Because those are individual to own, ना? सबका खुद का values अलग रहता है, right? चोर का भी किसी का value रहता है, right? वो उसके खुद के values है, right? So values are own. So understand, and it is inherent into the definition. It's not my definition. That is what it is, right? Principles or standards of behavior. The way you act is what your values are, right? So value investing, when you follow, understand the biases, and all this is a large part. So intelligence की बात हम नहीं कर रहे, हम values की बात कर रहे, right? The former means the first part of definition. It talks about worthiness, which is measurable, right? We talk deserving, it's measurable, right? The latter talks about one's ability to judge, and this is where a lot of the value investing, and people are now realizing this, the behavioral science part is now coming into investing a lot, right? There are formal sessions, learnings, and obviously in the US and the developed markets it has happened much before, but in India it is happening now, or it has happened. It's not that but people are now understanding the importance of this, right? ये ad किसी को याद है? कोई एक जन, anybody? I'm looking for some love. ये मारुति की ad है.
हाँ, कितना देती है?
Perfect sir. Thank you sir. Remember this ad, right? कितना देती है? He goes to buy a boat and he says कितना देती है? Because we are used to in India, right? कितना देती है? Average कितना देती है, right? You are buying what you are buying and what you are asking, right? But the habit of relating what is paid to what is being offered, right? I am benchmarking कि मैं अगर 100 रुपया दे रहा हूँ तो उसके सामने मुझे मिल क्या रहा है बॉस? हम स्टॉक में क्यों नहीं पूछते? आप पूछते हो ना, घर लेने जाते हो कभी भी तो पूछते हो ना कि मुझे सराउंडिंग में क्या दिखता है, मुझे इसमें क्या मिलेगा, अंदर किचन में ये कैसे मिलेगा, वो कितना क्वेश्चंस पूछते हैं. स्टॉक के समय क्यों नहीं पूछते हैं कि मुझे वो क्या देने वाला है? What is it that I am getting? So देती कितना है? It's a very important concept. We should not ridicule this, right? It's a very important. So again, value investing as per different definitions. I think we'll skip this. The important is a careful reading of all these definitions will show that it is not the price which is a starting point. It is not a price. It is price relative to value which is important. So obviously, unless you understand the value, you will not know what is the price price का importance कैसे समझेगा? If Infosys is quoting at 1800, how will I know it is good, not good, bad? Right? I need to know that is Infosys worth 3000 and hence it is available at 1800, or is Infosys worth 1200 and it is available at 1800? So it is not the price, it is price relative to the value which has to be done. So we'll come to that sort of value कैसे निकालेंगे वो अलग है, but understand this concept first, right? Okay? It is not, price is not important, price has to be benchmarked with our value, right? So and I think during for all over here what because we are in the session of value investing, I am forced to do this, but पहले कैसा था value and सर मेरे साथ बात कर रहे थे तो normally mindset value का क्या आता है कि it's a low PE stock, it's a low growth stock, no, it is out of favor. Some of those characteristics are true also. I'll give you some examples which are different. But we are talking about price in relation to its value. Right? Again, right? It is not the absolute part of it. So, value investing itself, actually ये perception क्यों आया है? क्योंकि during Benjamin Graham was the father of value investing. He actually advocated that आप एक काम करो, हमको तो ये सब बहुत समझेगा, we are all CS, कि बैलेंस शीट में से वर्किंग कैपिटल निकाल लो, नेट वर्किंग कैपिटल, करंट एसेट्स माइनस करंट लायबिलिटीज निकाला नेट. If the price of a stock or that value of a company, if it is lower than the net working capital, then there is a lot of value. क्योंकि net working capital का characteristic क्या है? It is realizable, faster realizable, right? We assume, we believe that at least working capital तो realize हो जाएगा, right? So if it is lower than the realizable value, then there is a lot of value in it. Right? So he advocated that look at balance sheet, very easy to identify, don't confuse yourself, and if you buy a stock which is lower than the nets bolte the, then it's value, right? But Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett, they looked at certain things differently, and Philip Fisher was the one, again one more value investor and a very successful preacher. He opened their eyes to the fact that it is not only buying companies where the balance sheet value has to be lower than that. If you are able to buy a good company, we'll come to what is good company, at a fair price. So let me give you, if you are able to buy let's say the book value or net worth of that company is 100, if you are able to buy 200 or 300, that's also good enough. You need not buy 100 में working capital 50 होगा तो मुझे 25 पे मिलेगा तो ये अच्छा. Is it making sense what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
He opened their eyes to saying that it is not always necessary to look at 100 वाला company जिसका working capital 50 है और आप 25 में ले लो. नहीं. It is okay for some companies that you are, even if you are able to buy at 200, that will also be a part of value investing, because the value of that company itself over period is going to become 2000. You understand? So if I buy at 200, I have a 10xer. Right? It is not always necessary that a 25 रुपया का stock को 100 होना चाहिए. Right? But what if that 100 rupee, which is their value, itself is going to become 2000, because the company is going to add economic value. It is going to. So what has Asian Paints done? Asian Paint was never available cheap. आप मेरा data है, मैं दिखा सकता हूँ अभी आपके पास. I have got data since 93 because वहीं से Indian databases चालू हो गए. But it is never available at low cheap valuation. तो आप नहीं लोते क्या उसको? But look at the value which it has generated. Right? It was 10,000 crore. Reliance was 10,000, 12,000 crore market cap. Today it is 18 lakh crore or 20 lakh crore probably. Right? So the value has not come. It has come over a period of time. It has added to that value. So it would be a fair way to look at that if you are able to buy Reliance, Asian Paints of the likes, even at fair value that time and not cheap value, you will still make money, right? So value investing is not all about low PE stock or this. It is able to identify. So again, are you able to identify a good company, good management, and are you ready to pay a fair price for it, right? And from Graham to Buffett, that is how the value investing has moved now. or I'm saying for most people it is, for some of our like people like us practitioners, that has moved. Because we have started moving out from, or we were never practitioners of that balance sheet kind of thing, but that is why Buffett became Warren Buffett, right? Because he identified that, and that is thanks to Charlie Munger also. There are other ways in which, some more ways to understand value, we'll skip this. Okay, now, sir, after example. This is the P of a stock. 24, 22, 3 year, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year current P. How many of you believe this is a value stock? Or this is not a value? Sir, थोड़ा time कम है, please participate fast.
If you go by the
नहीं, आप अपना बताओ.
basket of 15,
हाँ?
15 है the value.
आप अपना perception बोलो. 15 आपके हिसाब से ये value है या नहीं है? बस नहीं है. Anybody? How many believe there is a value? Please. Sir, थोड़ा जल्दी. Can I see hands? You believe 30p is a value?
Today it is current
24.
24.
हाँ, so 30, 24 है, ठीक है.
30 से 24 हुआ है.
हाँ.
कंपनी अच्छा चल रहा है.
ये P है, so P de-rate हुआ है. 30 का P था, अब 24 का P मिल रहा है.
हाँ, कंपनी
थोड़ा सा, हाँ, so there is a 15% de-rate हुआ. But वो 10 साल पहले की बात है. But ठीक है, so बीच में 19 भी था, somebody से देखो 19 से 24 भी हो गया. So don't focus on that number, see broadly. Do you believe this is a low PE, do you believe this is a value company, low PE stock?
How many parameters भी तो चेक करेंगे?
करेंगे ना सर, थोड़ा सस्पेंस. अरे आप जब सीरियल देखते हो वो बराबर रुकते हैं ना, वहीं रुक जाते हैं. आगे का वो तो नेक्स्ट सीरियल में आएगा ना सर. आएगा सर, आएगा. So and how many of you believe this is an expensive company? चलो.
No, not expensive.
1, 2. Okay. Let's look at. We'll open up. Now I put another data. These are another 2 companies. P, which is, look at the PE of that. Right? 60 all along, and one is 60 to 80 all along. Now do you believe that the first row is cheap?
अगर same sector से है तो.
Relatively, yes.
If it is of the same sector, then only I will.
So this is what it is, right? This is actual data. ITC, HUL, Nestle, right?
Okay.
Another example, I can give you, this can happen across sectors, sir. NTPC, Tata Power, look at the 10-year PE, 5 year, 3 year, 1 year median. Will you say NTPC is a value stock?
No.
When you say Tata Power or GS, आपको लगेगा वो value stock. Right? Now, what is interesting here is a 10 PE is also a value stock, and a 25 PE stock is also a value stock, sir. Correct? Right? Because मैंने उसके सामने किसको खड़ा किया? Actually. So PE does not tell you, sir. This was the point, right? PE does not tell you a value stock. Right? So value stocks are priced. Price means यहाँ पर I will it's a value much lower than the stocks of similar companies in same industry. Price are lower due to there is a doubt on ITC because the growth rates were lower, right? That is why people were questioning the long-term prospects of it. So for a very long period of time, ITC was quoting lower, right? So there was a doubt. We don't know whether it's happened or not, but I'm just putting a point, right? So learning is don't look at absolute P. This is one of the ways in which we identify value, right? So ITC with 20 to 24 P, whatever range, can also be a value stock because it is trading significantly below its industry peers. But for power, it may be NTPC, which is 10 P, right? This is called again relative value approach. Right? Somebody said.
Also, can you see that the more recent data, which is 1 year, 3 years, more important than the 10 years, which is very obsolete?
No, sir, the reverse.
No, other country, 10 years, the business cycle changed so much.
Sir, you have a son or a daughter or kids? Daughter? जब उसकी अगर शादी हुई होगी या कराने वाली, आप क्या देखते हो? जिससे कराने उसकी हिस्ट्री देखते हो? कितनी हिस्ट्री देखते हो? हमारे टाइम में पेरेंट्स यूज्ड टू गो एंड एक्चुअली डू कम्युनिटी में चेक करा के उसका 15 साल का हिस्ट्री बताओ, 20 साल का. They were actually doing hardcore research. So हम उसका बेटा 6 महीने में कैसा परफॉर्म किया इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है. वो पिछले 15 साल 20 साल क्या किया, because that is where the culture comes, that is where the character comes out, right? So the further you can go back, it's more important. जब कोविड हुआ तो सब लोग पहले तो ये बोल रहे थे कोविड कभी हुआ ही नहीं, then people started relating with 1918 का स्पेनिश फ्लू and things like हिस्ट्री में हुआ है वो, but 100 साल पीछे तो कोई गया नहीं. पहले first level of thinking क्या है ये तो नहीं, then there was history and so go as much back. history में बहुत कुछ सीखने मिलता है.
But that's probably all good for conservative sector.
No, sir.
Whole sector.
So how will you say ITC with 25 P is conservative, sir? और conservative आप कैसे define?
Conservative meaning the what do you call? I don't know the word.
अच्छा सर, एक fixed deposit conservative है क्या?
No.
Buying fixed deposit is
wrong.
conservative.
What I meant was that as compared to the new age investments where you don't have history. So let's say in any of these products.
You may not have the history of the sector, but you surely have history of some of the consequences with some of those sectors. When railroad first came, it was a new sector. When airlines, when it came, it was a new sector when it came. But उसके बाद भी आपके पास history है. So you have to identify what is common in some of these new sectors and where does it stand. किस sector के साथ compare? Will it be comparable to airlines, telecom, or will it be comparable to FMCG? Will it? So उसका financials कैसे move हो सकता है, कैसे होगा, या उसका management क्या करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, ये industry. Some of those answers immediately नहीं मिलते, and that is why it is difficult. I am not saying, right? See, simple होना एक बात है और easy होना दूसरी बात. Simple doesn't mean it's easy. So difficult process है, ये process में जाना पड़ेगा. But उधर से ही मिलेगा तभी तो मंथन मिलेगा. Another example, food for thought. Supreme Industries, we all know, right? Supreme, right? Again, look at the PE. 35, 24. It is compared with Astral. Look at the growth rate of Supreme. 5-year CAGR, 5-year median growth rate. Actually, sorry, it's not median, it's CAGR. 17%. Will you say that Supreme is a low growth stock? 17% 5-year CAGR. 10-year CAGR 13%. हाँ, Astral के सामने lower है. 29% CAGR है उसका growth. Right hand side. But look at Finolex. Finolex 6% से खाली grow किया है same sector में. Supreme is 13%. Look at 5-year against 5%, 17%. Right? This is not. But if I put Astral in front, will you say Supreme is a value stock? Or will you put against Finolex and say that this is an expensive stock? Right? So is Supreme a slow growing stock? Is it out of favor? उसलिए उसको low PE मिल रहा है? Is the price lower than peers? The right question to ask is, what is the quality of business of Supreme? What is Supreme doing differently than Finolex and what is not doing compared to Astral? Then take a call whether these numbers make sense or not. Right question to ask is, what is the business? Right? What kind of management is the Supreme compared to what kind of management does Finolex have? Right? Sir, आपका आ गया. Sir was saying value investing में तो बहुत value traps होते हैं. So one example of value trap, right? We obviously value investing में, or for that matter, it's not about value investing. You always have to be aware of traps. Just because trap में आगे value आता है, one may think that it is right, right? Some of the highest growth stocks have also been a traps, right? 5-year, this is price to book, right? 5-year price to book for Yes Bank on a median was 1. Look at ICC Bank and SDFCs at that time on minute. Now, this is important. Yes Bank ka, actually, the price started correcting from 2018 onwards, during IL&FS crisis, right?
The trigger.
Huh?
That was only the trigger.
For the price, the financials collapsed in the COVID period, right? For 1.5 years. Many people, I don't know if anybody who are seeing this, they were looking at Yes Bank as, अरे अभी तो opportunity आ रहा, because the financials were not showing that, right? That is a value trap. Because 2020 में वो धड़ से ऐसा सीधे नीचे गया financial. So for 1.5 years the stock was only falling. The stock fell from 2.5 book to 1 book, and at low it went to 0.1 book. During June 19 to June 20. It went to 0.1 book and people saw, अरे ये तो screaming buy है. But people did not ask the question, what management, what business, what is the problem? You are looking at price. Right? Am I asking? And trust me, it is not rocket science. It is not rocket science. I have done for 20 years. All you need to do is ask five friends who are Kamlis, 5 friends who are Tendulkars also. And then understand. Don't ask only the Tendulkars. Then you will land in the problem. Right? And I have written that the behavioral part. This is exposed to first consequence. Heuristic is behavioral patterns. First consequence. आगे भी है, but I'll just say Divi's laboratories किसी ने Divi's you know or everybody knows,
Yeah.
right? It's a
API story.
हाँ
600 to 2500 one side run.
हाँ, but वो 600-1800 से एक बार नीचे आया, right? क्यों? क्योंकि उसका कुछ ऑब्जर्वेशन आ गया था. फर्स्ट, अरे ये तो गया. फर्स्ट कॉन्सिक्वेंस क्या है? ये तो गया. Yeah, there is a problem. Then some people will ask a question. अरे but वो तो B2B business में उसके suppliers तो उनके साथ ऑडिट करते होंगे ना, उनको क्यों नहीं प्रॉब्लम आया? दे आर MNC OEMs है, US FDA से ज्यादा stringent उनका ऑडिट नॉर्म्स होता है. So probably they did not find any problem, and within 3 months they were able to rectify that and go ahead. What is the stop done, right? So first heuristic भी, और हम अपने लाइफ में ये बहुत कॉमनली करते हैं. कुछ प्रॉब्लम आया कि पहले थॉट पे रिएक्ट, एंड दैट इज अनदर कॉन्सेप्ट वेरी यूजफुल, एंड होवर्ड मार्क्स हैज यूज्ड दिस. सेकंड लेवल ऑफ थिंकिंग. गो टू सेकंड लेवल, थर्ड लेवल, थिंक, टेक अ पॉज. स्टील ऊपर गया कि ऑटो कंपनीज को प्रॉब्लम होने वाला है. क्यों? क्योंकि कमोडिटी प्रेशर आएगा, मार्जिन गिरेगा. व्हाट इफ डिमांड गोज अप? What if operating leverage? Are these terms okay? What if operating leverage comes in play? What if it is able to manage? Right? Ask those questions. Don't look at only steel and say auto to kharab karega. Don't generalize. This is ICICI Bank. Another important concept of value stock. Value stocks are less affected by surprises. Right? This is a price to book. From 2017 to 2000 current latest, it has got re-rated. We all know, right, what has happened to ICICI Bank. In terms of multiple, price to book has gone from 1.5 to 3.5, right? But look at the period from 2013 to or 12 to 17. 5 साल उसका valuation में वही क्या? Now I'll go one step forward. For 1.5 years, despite financials improving, ICICI Bank was available at same price to book. It was only after 2018 financials started improving from 17, but 18 के बाद वो ऊपर गया. और मेन उसका पहले वो गया before COVID also it was there till 3, but COVID में वो गिर के फिर वापस ऊपर गया. But the multiples took a lot of time. It happens if you look at financials and companies over very long periods of, there is a good buffer. You will get lot of time to sell and to buy. There are only few times, extreme cases where you will not get and you might get stuff. ठीक है, but that's okay. Don't try to capture that. Try to focus. You will get time to buy. You will get time to sell. Look at the financials. Ask the question: is the business problem? Is the management into problem? Or is it just a temporary? Right? ठीक है, right? How many times Tendulkars or the Dravids of the world would have got foot injury? Or they would have hurt their arm many times. That doesn't mean they're out of the career, right? They will come back, and they will come back strongly, right? We'll move this. Intrinsic value, again, a very important concept in value investing because it is the value which you have to compare. So what is the intrinsic value? We came across this, right? How do you understand the intrinsic value? So again, intrinsic value, various people have tried to define it differently. It is a concept which is a product of multiple variables: earnings, assets, dividends, capital structure. The important is it is not a price के जैसा नहीं है 200 रुपए, ऐसा कोई value नहीं होता. It is a range of outcomes. Because fact that you are doing valuation, you will understand that it is all in the future. Future is all about uncertainty, right? So how can you say इसका value ये होगा? But you have to come to some broad ranges and outcomes. Okay, this is what can happen. Right? These values may significantly be different for two people looking at the same set of facts. Since value is an estimate range, there is a degree of uncertainty attached to it. Investors, and this is where the concept of margin of safety comes. Right? Because you know it is uncertain, because you know that what kind of valuation you are doing, usme kuch bhi, the risk factors, the probabilities are very different. So you have to build margin of safety. Right? You want to build that bridge, you want to build that net below you. कि कहीं ये नहीं सही हुआ तो मैं कहाँ गिरूंगा? Will I drown, finish, or will I at least save myself at the max? I'll get hurt. So margin of safety is इधर आता है because you have to build that margin of safety net. The projections appear to be a mathematical process, but it is in fact a psychological and arbitrary process influenced by many qualitative factors. I have done valuations for unlisted joint ventures, help promoters in the terms of their business valuations. Trust me, हमारा काम झाड़ू वाले से भी खराब है, because they know, promoter knows कि मुझे 200 करोड़ चाहिए. हमारा काम खाली इतना ही है जो 200 को पीछे नंबर में कैसे लाना है, बाकी कुछ नहीं होता है. The best of the best worlds who are doing consulting and valuations, they will know this, right? Yes, there are certain times, but they are very sure that हमको ये तो चाहिए, ये रेंज. अब उसमें जो लोग valuations करते हैं, जिनको थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया, उसमें क्या है, डिस्काउंट रेट को 10 की जगह 12.5 कर दिया तो नीचे हो जाएगा, डिस्काउंट रेट को 12.5 की जगह 10 कर दिया तो X हो जाएगा, राइट? मार्जिन को थोड़ा इधर चेंज. सो इट इज ऑल अबाउट डूइंग दैट. सो the qualitative part is more important in those entire projections part, right? Because I remember Goldman Sachs had come with a report on DMart जब ये लिस्ट हो गया था. उन्होंने लिखा 20 साल तक आप ये स्टॉक कभी भी बाय कर सकते. 600 रुपए पे था, दे सेड 3000 का भाव हो जाएगा. आज क्या भाव है? 4000. Right? It takes courage because they came out. So obviously there was mathematical understanding, but what would be their level of qualitative understanding of the business where they were ready to put their neck out and say, right? उसको देख के IDBI Securities ने भी निकाला कि buy this business anytime in 20 years. The mistake of paying the wrong price is as big as selecting a wrong stock. So price is very important. अपने माइंड में ये बैठा के रखना है कि price is a very important fact. Even if the choice of security is right, if the price is wrong, and I am talking here with way higher stock, way higher valuation, right? Then the investor may end up with making no profits on the investment or even running the risk of making losses. This is nothing but margin of safety, which is a central concept. I'll just skip through all of this. Again, in business terms, we look at what is great, good business, great businesses, good businesses, and gruesome businesses. Again, Buffett has conceptualized this concept. मोतीलाल ओसवाल के वेबसाइट पे मिलेगा आपको. They call it as their QGLP checklist, which is quality, growth, longevity, and price. Yeah. So ये मिलेगा वहाँ पे. It's worth going through that concept and the way to look at businesses. Good, great, good, and gruesome, and then connect that with the kind of valuation one wants to look at it. We talked about Philip Fisher and how he influenced Graham into buying companies at wonderful prices. To buying companies at wonderful prices instead of that buying at fair prices, right? Now Philip Fisher says that मेरा investment horizon is infinite, or I will never sell a stock. It is not 1 year, 3 years. Graham said 1 to 3 years because he was looking at 20 in our example. 25 रुपए को 100 रुपए खाली देख रहा है वो. मतलब वो क्या देख रहा है कि बिलो मीन है, ये वैल्यू है, वो अगर नॉर्मल हो गया तो हो गया ना वैल्यू. बट फिशर बोल रहा है कि ये जो 100 रुपए वो 2000 होगा अपने लाइफ टाइम में. So it is never understand the scale and difference, right? So that is where, so he held Motorola for 45 years, and I don't know now, but 45 years, imagine, right? And the concept here is the art of selling, or I'll say not selling, right? HDFC बैंक, yes, survivor है. आप बोलोगे क्या HDFC बैंक तो हमको भी समझता है. अरे but that is the point, right? If you get a hold of a company like that, hold on, don't disturb the compounding, right? Look at, I have taken, जानबूझ के मैंने लिया है. 2017 December was a peak, right? Everybody agree. Financial market का peaks, right? Global 2017. Price to book of HDFC Bank was 9.5 times. Price was 173 adjusted price, right? It was quoting at 9.5. Today it is quoting at 1600. It has multiplied at 16% CAGR from the peak. Today, how many of us believe HDFC Bank has underperformed in last 3 years? सबको पता होगा अगर कोई लेता हो, मार्केट देखते होंगे तो सबको डिस्टर्ब होता है यार HDFC Bank नहीं चलता है ना? Valuations have नीचे गिरा है, सबको पता है. So this is the one of the lowest times of HDFC Bank. I am comparing with one of the best times of HDFC Bank. And investment return is 16% CAGR. बॉस आप दिखा दो एक स्टॉक आपके इसमें जो 15 साल 16% कंपाउंड करता है. It has become 9x. Will you like a 9x return? Right? Who doesn't want it? But हम क्या करते हैं? और multiple derate हुआ है. 60% fall in multiple. 9.5 has become 3.6 times only. But look at the profit growth. Right? This is a part of value investing, bolo, growth investing. People talk about value versus growth. They both are part of the hip, right? Some look. So value itself will come because there is going to be a growth. It's a concept which people are unable to understand this, right? And imbibe it. And 22-year CAGR for HDFC Bank, 72 times. Digest this, 72 times, right? Look at another example. We talk about Wipro, right? Look at, and this is where connect to the entry price. 2000 peak, जैसे हमने HDFC Bank का peak लिया, Wipro का peak 2000 का, it was quoting at 778 PE. PE multiple, digest this, 778 का PE. How many companies today which are listed in digital space which we know? Sir, बोल रहे थे नया growth था, right? I don't know. So you have to figure out whether the growth and earnings, how will it play out? Will there be a positive earning when they will come? Right?
Maybe Adani's.
Look at the PE multiple, 778, and this is what I'm saying. 2022 mein look at the price, 1% CAGR, 15 साल का return, and look at the earnings growth. Same business, earnings are multiplied by 47 times, 19%. Your investment return is 0. और यही stock 6 महीने बाद लिया होता ना, तो your returns would have been more than your earnings growth. So entry price combined with the quality of growth. Key learnings. One may be able to get away buying an expensive company, let's say like an HDFC, but definitely not a bubble valuation. So be careful. There is a difference, right? And those are at extremes, right? So, but you have to question them. Look at 778. Focus on business growth and not on price swings. How many cycles would have come for HDFC Bank from 2019-99? So many cycles. 2000 आया, 2007 आया, so many. Yeah.
Sorry, I just came in, but what is the reason for this Wipro?
Yeah.
At such a valuation and at, without any change, why such a low valuation for quite some time and then up again?
So see, if you look at the ROE again, if you look at return on equity for an IT company and Wipro now, see, even in the heydays, they were making only 35-40%. It was not like 100% ROE which came down. Right? Today it has come down to 18%, 20%. Right? So the rate at which you are generating inherent business, which was the business which is generating returns, right? That will get mimicked into your investment performance. Right? That is first most important part. Right? And secondly, अगर आप किसी को फ्लेयर का पेन बोलोगे और बोलोगे ये गोल्डन पेन है और उस तरह से बेचोगे तो प्रॉब्लम तो आपको होने वाली है. See, nothing is wrong gone with Wipro. Problem was in the market at that time. Wipro is the same thing, but problem was the market which valued Wipro that time.
No, so what went wrong with the perception?
So obviously, people. This is where behavioral aspects come, right? People believe that this is how going to be the earnings trajectory of it, right? 3 years down the line, those companies started growing at 35%, which were growing at 75-80% in 3 years, right? Today, DMart is growing at 20%, right? Look at the valuation that it is getting. Is it commensurate with? I don't know. But you need to question it. Okay, अभी 20% का है, आज से 8 साल बाद, 6 साल बाद, will it be able to grow at 30%, which the valuations are commanding, trying to price in? You have to ask that question, right? Okay, what is the growth rate का runway कितना है और क्या rate से grow होने वाले? Because जब वो थोड़ा सा mature होगा, mid mature होगा, cycles होते हैं, right? Mid mature, अभी early stage है, फिर mid mature होगा, फिर higher maturity में जाएगा वो. तो mid mature होते होते अगर उसका growth rate 15% हो गया, तो वैल्यूएशंस तो कोलैप्स होने वाले हैं. सो वो कब आएगा? इज इट इन द 3 years टाइम, इज इट इन द 5 year टाइम, और इज इट इन द 20? फॉर सी यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड, एंड देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ लर्निंग ग्लोबली व्हेन यू लुक एट financials as a very large pool. There is a concept of size of pool versus size of fish, right? So Wipro is a size of fish, it's a fish, but what was the pool of that IT industry, right? It was growing, it was not that the pool was there. For many of the Bajaj Finance financial sector today itself has become so huge. It is a small fish today, right? So runway for it is relatively much longer, right? So can that company grow at 25% for the next 10 years? I'll say chances are definitely there, because the pool itself is so large that तुम 10 साल तक चार्ज हो. But what if there is a consumer durable company? उसका pool कितना है? How many people in India? We talk of India as के बहुत good, but 6 लाख के ऊपर की सैलरी वाले कितने लोग हैं जो लोग बाय करते हैं? You see the best of the best consumer durable. Air conditioning penetration 7%, refrigerator penetration only 18%, fan is only 85%, right? Automobile penetration 7-8%. Why? क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ disparity काफी ज्यादा है. तो pool बड़ा नहीं है, हमको लगता है बड़ा है, but financial में pool बहुत बड़ा है. IT का pool अब जाके बड़ा हो गया. So today if an IT company who comes in a Wipro stage, I will be ready to bank for a 10 years growth story for that, right? Because today the pools have become very large for IT. So pools matter, the size of runway matters. For some of those companies, they were the ones, उस समय तो IT बढ़ रहा था, तो their growth rate came down only at 30% immediately in 5 years time, 4 years time, and that is why valuation collapsed. 100p sustain नहीं होगी. यहाँ तो 778 है सर. मतलब this is like crazy. Yeah. So I've covered this in investing styles, and again a point on long-term investing. Somebody say long-term का कैसा रहता है? No, this is a very simple Excel calculation. Assume that your investment return is doubling every year. दोनों केस में, मतलब just a hypothesis है, हर साल डबल हो रहा है, right? 30 years में. So I've taken a data. Let's say what happened in 30 years, right? In the first case, return दोनों के केस में 100% है. In the first case, there is a transaction because you are selling that investment at the end of every 1 year. हर साल आप बेचते हो, फिर वापस लेते हो, वो भी डबल हो रहा है, फिर लेते हो, फिर बेचते हो, फिर वो भी डबल हो रहा है. The return is same, right? So there is a 0.5% transaction cost which I have covered. No, just बेचोगे लेोगे तो 0.5% तो जाएगा ही उसमें, and the tax impact is considered as only 10%, because आप बेचोगे at the end of 1 year, तो 10% tax impact आएगा. And then you invest the proceeds again back, and that will double, again double. So you keep on doing this for 30 years. And one is you invest and don't sell, and straight away at the end of 30 years you go and sell. सबको दिख रहा है थोड़ा सा? right? So this is the second. The first case is, in the first case, the value will become 38 crores. Huh? Sir, 1 rupee. Huh? 1 rupee will become 38 crores. This is Excel modeling. कोई इसमें मेरा वो नहीं है. 38 crores. Right? In the second case, the value will become 193 crores. Okay. कुछ चेंज नहीं किया मैंने. अंडरलाइंग सब कुछ सेम है. वो भी 100% ही से ग्रो. सेम, नथिंग डिफर्स. The skill remains the same because you are identifying that वो हर साल डबल हो रहा है, इधर भी हर साल डबल. The only difference is one thing. In first case, आप बेच रहे हो और फिर ले रहे हो. In the second case, you are not selling. Second case में लास्ट ईयर में टैक्स 21.5 करोड़ का पे कर रहे हो. आप फर्स्ट केस में हाईएस्ट टैक्स इज ओनली 3 करोड़, बट 21.5 करोड़ टैक्स पे करने के बाद 193 का वैल्यू है, विच इज 5 times द वैल्यू ऑफ द ट्रांजैक्शन. दिस इज द पावर ऑफ लॉन्ग टर्म. देयर इज नो डिफरेंस इन द स्किल. So these are some of the biases in investing which are relevant. There are many biases, but you can look into some of this and how we, availability bias. This small fatafat may I'll run you through. You'll see many mutual fund newsletters. infra fund अच्छा चल रहा है, उनका ये फंड अच्छा. But कोई ना, अगर मेरे पास 15 स्कीम्स हैं, तो कोई 2 स्कीम तो अच्छा करता ही है ना. बट आप वो देखते हो. आपको देखना क्या है कि वो फंड हाउस का ऑल द 15 स्कीम्स ऑन एन ब्रॉडली कैसे कर रहे हैं. दैट विल गिव यू अ पर्सपेक्टिव अबाउट द फंड, द फिलोसॉफी ऑफ द फंड हाउस. अब मेरे से पीएम में अगर मैं 3 स्ट्रैटेजी रन करता हूँ, तीनों का देखा, खाली मैं 3 में से कोई एक तो अच्छा करेगा ही ना, राइट. हमेशा हम प्रमोट करेंगे जो अच्छा करता है, उतना सारा है ना. तो वो अवेलेबिलिटी, मैं आपको क्या दिखा रहा हूँ, आपके पास क्या अवेलेबल है, आपके पास वही अवेलेबल है जो पॉजिटिव है. व्हाट अबाउट द अदर? सो अंडरस्टैंड देयर इज अ बायस. पीपल आर नोइंग दिस. People play with that bias, right? I'm not saying manipulate कर रहे हैं, but understand the bias, right? Base rate बहुत important है. Please check what is the success ratio of IPO investing globally. What is the base rate you are playing against? अगर आप deep sea में जाना चाहते हो, तो understand करो कि कितनी बार ऐसा होता है कि वहाँ storm आने वाला है. पूछ तो लो पहले जाने से पहले. क्या आप बोलोगे कि नहीं मुझे पता है, मुझे कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. Choice is yours, and हो सकता है आपको कुछ भी नहीं हो. बट प्रोबेबिलिटी तो समझ के जाओ. अंडरस्टैंड वेयर यू आर फ्लोटिंग, अंडरस्टैंड द बेस रेट, राइट. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. हम कितनी बार बोलते रहे, देखो 90 साल का आदमी सिगरेट पीता है, दारू पीता है, नॉनवेज खाता है, कुछ नहीं हो गया इसको. कितनी बार हमारे फ्रेंड्स लोग का एग्जाम. बट इज दैट अ बेस दैट कम्स इन एक्चुअली रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ह्यूरिस्टिक्स कि मेरा रिप्रेजेंट, हम वहां देख रहे हैं, बट बेस रेट क्या है उधर का. So ask that question to yourself. Okay, when I'm looking at particular sectors, telecom, airlines, some more textiles, what is the base rate of successes of those companies before investing? Right? Recency bias, very important. This is where I'm
success in IPO.
No, I'm saying what is the success ratio in IPO investing? Normally, right? आपका दो instances अच्छा हो सकता है, 3 instances हो सकता है, बहुत astute investor हो और आपका सक्सेस हो, but that is not the base rate for most people, right? Averaged out experience of people is not good in experience. Average out, so 2 साल अच्छा हो सकता है किसी के लिए, but average out experience, and you don't know when the tide is going to come, so you have to look at the base rate and then look at certain things, right? Delayed gratification, very important. Means ये एक्चुअली टेस्ट है, हार्वर्ड में किया था, बच्चों लोगों को दिया था. उनको मार्शमेलो बहुत पसंद, मार्शमेलो वो कैंडी टाइप रहता है, उनके सामने रख दिया, बोला 1 खा लो, अगर आप 10 मिनट रुक जाओगे तो 2 मिलेगा, राइट. सो आर यू एबल टू वेट फॉर दैट 10 minutes? मैं ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. आई एक्चुअली मेड माई सन डू दिस फॉर ऑलमोस्ट 10 or 20 times ड्यूरिंग हिज 18 year का लाइफ. मैं बोला एवरी ईयर यू हैव टू प्रैक्टिस दिस, और हर साल 2-2 मिनट बढ़ा देंगे क्योंकि वो बड़ा हो रहा है ना, तब उसको समझ रहा है, राइट.
मार्शमेलो भी बढ़ा देंगे.
हाँ, पर उसको नॉनवेज थोड़ा ज्यादा पसंद है, तो कुछ नॉनवेज का भी डाल दिया. हर साल मार्शमेलो नहीं देगा, फिर तो बोर हो जाएगा, मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी थोड़ी आ जाता है. तो सडन इट्स अ बिहेवियर. हमको मिला कि हम तुरंत, यू वांट आवर बेस्ट थिंग ना, तुरंत कंज्यूम कर लिया. रुक जाओ, ये साल स्पेंड नहीं किया, अगले साल ज्यादा स्पेंड करने मिलेगा, अगले साल नहीं स्पेंड किया तो उसके अगले साल कितने जन फॉलो कर सकते हैं? What if I am able to? I'm sure. Sorry sir, sorry man. But women can't do this. उनको चाहिए तो आज ही चाहिए वो. उनको बोलो कि रुक जाओ तो सवाल ही नहीं है. वो yesterday कर सकते, tomorrow नहीं कर सकते. Right? But very important behavioral bias in investing, very important. Am I ready to hold on? मुझे कितने हम लोग बात कि ये स्टॉक बहुत अच्छा है, ठीक है, देखता हूँ, समझता हूँ, होमवर्क करता हूँ, समझने दो. 3 महीना लेते हो होमवर्क करने के लिए. स्टॉक जाएगा, भाग जाएगा, कभी तो नीचे आएगा ना. जब उसका खराब साइकिल आएगा तब देखेंगे. Right? So people talk SRF has got a lot of opportunity, fluorine chemistry इतना कर रहा है फलाना ये वो. But what is the valuation? पिछले 7 साल से 8 साल से अप साइकिल है. Right? So same logic, right? Cycle versus P. High cycle, high P. I don't know tomorrow. What if the cycle does not play out? The stock can हो सकता है मैं मिस कर जाऊंगा. ठीक है, I will look at some other form. Right? So take a step back. Learn to delay your gratification. It's okay. Right?
What is recency bias?
Recency जो लेटेस्ट में होता है वो हमको ज्यादा दिखता है, वो ज्यादा याद रहता है हमको ना. बिकॉज हमारे मेमोरी ब्रेन इज अ शॉर्ट टर्म मेमोरी. इट्स अ रैम की तरह काम करता है. हार्ड डिस्क के जैसा नहीं काम करता है. एक बार स्विच ऑफ किया तो बंद होता है, स्विच ऑन तो उसके माइंड में जो आज एक्टिव है वो ज्यादा जल्दी आता है. बिकॉज वो फर्स्ट है ना माइंड में, तो सीधा आ जाता है एकदम. तो अगर आपको कल ट्रैफिक जैम मिला है तो आप बोलोगे कि बीकेसी जाते समय ट्रैफिक जैम रहेगा ही, बिकॉज वो रिसेंट आपका एक्सपीरियंस है. या ये महीने में मुझे अगर खराब एक्सपीरियंस है तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये खराब एक्सपीरियंस बाय, बिकॉज वहां पर. बट जरूरी नहीं है ऐसा. कितने बार होता है हम लोग के डॉक्टर्स के साथ होता है, सीएस के साथ होता है, किसी का बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस होता है, अरे ये तो बहुत सुपर है, क्योंकि उसका दैट इज व्हाट हिज एक्सपीरियंस. बट अंडरस्टैंड हिज इज अ रीसेंट एक्सपीरियंस, हिज इज अ लेटेस्ट. इज दैट अ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव सिनेरियो? इज इट अ बेस रेट? वो डॉक्टर का सबका एवरेज आउट एक्सपीरियंस क्या है? It's not easy for some बोला इतनी छोटी चीज में इतना एनालिटिकली कौन सोचता है. But these are biases. That is how human behaves. We follow this in investing exactly like that. Because your experience in buying Paytm में भी खराब था, आप बोलोगे भी नेक्स्ट IPO अगर Zomato का अगर अच्छा कंपनी होगा तो भी मैं नहीं लूंगा. अरे नहीं यार ये डिजिटल कंपनी से, क्योंकि आपका रिसेंट एक्सपीरियंस खराब है. और यही उल्टा होगा तो आप बोलोगे अच्छा. So depends where it from, right? We do this recency every minute of our life. आपको अगर अभी अच्छा लगेगा मेरा प्रेजेंट, आप बोलोगे मयूर तुम वापस आपके प्रेजेंटेशन, क्योंकि वो आपका रिसर्च है. बट आपको ये नहीं पता कि मेरे पिछले 3 फ्लॉप्स हो गए थे या मैंने बहुत खराब बोला था. राइट? सो मेरा एवरेज आउट, आई एम सेइंग दैट इज रिसर्च बेनिफिट्स. ह्यूरिस्टिक. लॉस एवर्जन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कितने जनों को आप देखोगे अरे वो सिग्नल येलो हो रहा है, चल जल्दी चल. पावर ऑफ अ नियर मिस. अरे चलना, अरे ठीक है यार सिग्नल है, नहीं फॉलो कर सकते, डिलेड ग्रेटिफिकेशन. पावर ऑफ अ लॉस एवर्जन. अरे छूट गया तो लॉस अवर्स से नहीं कहा, वी आर अवर्स टू लॉस. सी देयर इज अ वेरी बिग कांसेप्ट, वी से रिस्क अवर्स. ये हम फाइनेंस जो भी फाइनेंस प्रैक्टिस करता होगा बोलते हैं रिस्क अवर्स. नो यू रिस्क. देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन रिस्क अवर्स एंड लॉस अवर्स. You should imbibe risk, because risk is what is the most important. But you should be loss averse, because loss नहीं होना चाहिए, ये तो clear है. So मतलब once you start thinking in those terms, then you will say कि हाँ ठीक है मैं permanent loss of capital नहीं होने दूंगा, मैं thorough analysis करूँगा, मैं ये करूँ, you know all those things. So imbibe that. Power of incentives very important.
Only for this black swan.
वो as I said. It is discovered. Normally swans are all white ना. बतख हम लोग को white ही दिखते हैं ना, black कहाँ दिखता है? तो अगर black दिखा तो हम believe ही नहीं करेंगे, हो ही नहीं सकता, ये कैसे हो सकता है? अरे but हो गया ना. So if something comes up, it's a discomforting evidence. How do you deal with that discomforting evidence? मैंने तो सोचा था कि मेरी wife is going to be, you know, ये करेगी वो करेगी, नहीं हुआ ऐसा. तो black swan हो गया उधर, right? So what is the, so I come to that frame, last few slides. Importance of framework. To invest successfully over a lifetime does not require a very stratoscopic IQ. It does not require unusual business insight or inside information. What is needed? A sound framework. So follow that disciplinely, follow that framework, and ability to keep emotions from corroding that framework. So every time an opportunity knocks, तो चलो बाबा, सॉरी किसी को ये लगेगा, बट IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक ले लो, तो बॉस अपने आप को क्वेश्चन करो पहले. कि framework follow किया है क्या? Does it fit into my framework? Right? And best opportunity अभी buy करने को, क्योंकि XYZ हो रहा है, but उसका history क्या है? What has that promoter done? What has that management done? What has that business done over the last? ठीक है, stock double हो सकता है, stock की price की मैं नहीं बात कर रहा हूँ, right? But what will happen to the value of the business 5 years, 10 years down the line? And do I want to play that? हो सकता है हो भी जाए, because सब कुछ तो मेरे हिसाब से नहीं होगा, मैं गलत भी हो जाऊंगा. I will learn from that, but have a framework. Follow the due diligence, do the checklist. जो भी आपको लगता है, it can be 4 points. Only 4 चीज, कि मैं ये 4 चीज तो देखूंगा ही. मैं बाइक लेने जाता हूँ तो भी ये 4 चीज तो देखता हूँ ना. बस कितना देती है ये तो पूछूंगा. कौन सा ब्रांड है ये पूछूंगा. हाँ, क्या सीसी है ये पूछूंगा. वो कंपनी में पूछ सकते हैं ना. बहुत सारे चीज क्लियर हो सकते हैं. आपके लिए वो 4 चीज क्या है इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड फॉलो दैट रिलीजियसली एवरी टाइम. फॉलो अ फ्रेमवर्क एंड डोंट लेट योर इमोशंस करोड दैट फ्रेमवर्क. अगेन फंडामेंट फ्रेमवर्क में बहुत सारा चीज आ जाता है. ऑल एवरीथिंग इज दैट टेक्निकल एनालिसिस, फंडामेंटल्स, क्वांटिटेटिव, बिहेवियरल, यू नो, देयर इज एन एक्सपीरियंस, जजमेंट, एवरीथिंग, राइट. आई थिंक दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम अ फ्रेमवर्क पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. मैंने इन्वेस्टमेंट किया और सक्सेस हुआ क्या, दो अलग चीज है. आई इन्वेस्टेड एंड आई बिकेम सक्सेसफुल, राइट. These are two important aspects. So if you have made an investment and it has become successful, it's a success story, right? To understand from that success story, the learnings are different. If you have made an investment and the stock is not successful, it is a mistake. If you have not made an investment and yet the stock is successful, which we always think, it's a missed opportunity, right? And if the investment में नहीं किया और stock भी डूब गया, तो भाई framework has saved you. So I will say, as many times you are able to go in that 4th quadrant and believe that my framework has saved me, suppose, I think you are doing a very good job. We always look at only those why and whyst. मेरा success story पे focus है. My focus is on the last one. Okay? What is my framework? Has it saved me from doing 7 out of 10 mistakes? It will not save me from 10 out of 10. Then I am not a human, right? I am not real. Then I am a fictitious person. But 4 out of 5, 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10 has my framework saved me. I think it's a good job, right? It's a very powerful concept, and this will help you to develop your own investing philosophy. Because the more you see what has worked for you, where you have missed opportunities, where you made an investment and didn't work, where you missed the opportunities, you look at in these 4 quadrants and try to look at your learnings. I think you will, over a period, you will develop some philosophy of your own. And sir, जो आप पूछ रहे थे कि how do you arrive at those? How do you do this? So there is a huge checklist of analysis of business and management. Sorry, I'll have to pass through this, but you know, financial statement analysis is just one part of it. We have to checklist of it. Quality of management, how do you look at it? Some of the parameters are there. Quality of business, how do you look at it? There are certain useful models also which helps you to define some of the businesses. But we'll keep this for some other time. तो ये सब तो हो गया. भाई आखिर कहना क्या चाहते हो? So value investing is not some abstract strategy. It is not one abstract strategy or any particular style, right? It is actually putting all of this into a melting point. Whether you call these behavioral aspects, whether you call these fundamental aspects, whether you call these processes, whether you call the everything, when you put it, that is what is value investing. So value investing is not just one concept कि ये low PE stock है, नहीं. It's the style. Understand? So when you look at your behaviors, when you look at fundamentals, when you look everything put together, when you have a frame, it is that all things put in a melting point is value investing. Investors get killed by buying mediocre or shady companies at high prices. Unless you have grossly overpaid, which is what I said, bubble. Unless you have grossly overpaid for a great company, you will not lose money till the time the company remains great. There are 2 things. One is the company also may not remain as great as what you thought. So you'll have to. But if it continues to remain good, I think there is very difficult for you to lose money. It is difficult to lose money if you have followed that, right? This is what, sir, I was saying. Intellect is not in short supply. Intellect बहुत है, but बहुत है. It is the wisdom and patience. So 2020 के कोविड के मार्च अप्रैल मई में किसी ने इन्वेस्ट किया था क्या? नहीं. Sir, please clap for two of them. This is patience because and this is courage. ठीक है, it's not important whether मैंने 100 रुपया किया या 1000 किया. मैंने किया क्या? First step लिया क्या मैंने? When there was blood on street, did you buy?
I'll tell you, main thing is brokers are asking for advance payment on that day. So our broker did not ask, but they say बाकी सबसे advance payment मांग रहे हैं. We were shit scared. So because of that, अरे this is the time to buy. तो क्या कर रहे हैं? Exchange मांग रहा है.
So wisdom and patience.
Efficient market apprentices we discussed.
That outweighs in investing, especially if you're looking to follow long-term wealth creation. I don't know what will happen in 3 months, 6 months, and if you're following, it's not about right and wrong, sir. Please understand. But if you're following a long-term investing, follow wealth creation philosophy, you have to follow patience as the key aspect of it. और हमारे अगर आपका बेटा बेटी, why I'm saying that, or even yourself, will you be very happy if you get 80% in your exams? How many will be unhappy? I know हमारे neighbors में वो जन अरे मेरी बेटी को 81 उसको 81% आया इसमें 99.9 आया अरे 100 नहीं है. So people are dissatisfied many times. But how many of you would in general be happy if you get 80%? Sir, happy? Sir, उधर you better be unhappy. उधर अगर आप happy हो गए तो there is a problem, sir.
CM 50 आया रहेगा वैसे ही बता रहे.
Right? So in market में बहुत easy है 80 लाना. कैसे 80 कैसे आएगा? You buy a good ETF, right? Buy a good index fund. क्या problem है? Index है ना? So index we know what it has done. Why you want to go for crazy stuff? नहीं, let us look at PMS. I'm a PMS fund manager by the way. But I'm saying for 95% of the people we have to understand what is wrong. It is so easy to get 80%. It is important that you buy in equities, right? But we all want 95. और हम करते क्या 95 के चक्कर में 50 पे आके रुक जाते हैं क्योंकि इतना लॉसेस आता है उतना सिचुएशंस होता है. So it's very finally again way I look at value over a period of time. I think it is a function. It is not exactly multiply. Don't multiply interest rate into ROE into growth. What I mean, it is a function of general interest rates in the economy, the ROE of the company which we saw, and the growth of a company. If you look at these three parts, I think broadly you will be able to figure out what should be the value or where the valuations are moving, how the valuations are moving. So this is what finally. So this is in nutshell. What I have not covered is also a long list, and these are some of the recommended.
All those things you are going to cover in future sessions. What you are not covered. Future sessions.
Some of the resources I have. This is just for
including future years.
So thank you very much, everybody, and sorry.
Every 3 months. I think that is a long list I could not read. Huh?
No, उसी लिए मैंने हटा दिया पहले.
We are faster than it. Huh? So all those things every quarter we can have one learning. It is good. Now we'll be having a very short game, very interesting, in which Mayur will also participate. 1 dozen charts. Everybody will participate, starting with Mayur, and we'll talk growth, value, or question marks, and we'll come out with answers. A very practical game.
Yeah, before.
And
नहीं.
Mayur, come. No.
मैं वहाँ बैठा.
It's a musical chair. You come.
नहीं.
No, it's a photo के लिए. Oh, he will shift anywhere.
Please.
नहीं,
Sir, नहीं, आप वहाँ बैठे. नहीं, आप यहाँ बैठे.
अरे this especially.
Sir, any questions now or later?
What?
Questions?
No, we'll come to it. It's a part of it. Yogesh, can you introduce Sandeep? Of course, he is known to all in a few words.
So Sandeep Bhat, what I know, I've been interacting with him since last maybe 6-7 years. He was a past CFO with Aditya Birla Group. He has been into industry since more than 30 years. For some part, he has been into technical analysis also.
So yeah.
Now what we'll do, Sandeep has been with us for a long time since it started. We'll be having a series of long sessions on technical analysis. And today we are doing a short capsule. It's a kind of a game. About a dozen charts have been selected, practical. Dozen charts, plus minus a few, and very interesting charts. And we will look at it from point of view of growth, value, question mark, short term, long term, and rapid fire. Simple. Yeah.
And the fun of it is,
and then we'll come to it. Also, he talked about margins of safety, intrinsic value, comparative, bond rates, Yogesh, alternative options available. Harish will bring everything into it, and very, very interactive round, which will cover the whole market as it is. So 12, and I think I wonder if using refreshments, you can tell them to serve here. Yes. One second. This is.
नहीं उनका भी बाद में चल नहीं रहा था.
ये बंद हो गया था उसके बाद.
फिर इससे करें. नहीं वो निकाल दो. लिंक.
I was thinking of maybe in future, if possible, or we may do online hybrid. We'll take all suggestions. One chart a minute. Lots of people are doing it. That includes technical data. We have done it earlier, I think 3-4 years back.
Yeah.
Because as most of here is supposed to be specialists and becoming experts, you are supposed to know about the company already, generally. And we'll cover the main known companies. You're supposed to know about ICICI Bank. You're supposed to know about Yes Bank. Yeah, we'll do it. This is important.
That is good. Yeah.
But all of us know it. Disclaimer.
Yeah, whatever I speak, this is the most important disclaimer. So don't take it as final word. So please check it out with your brokers, experts.
Or yourself as a practitioner.
As a practitioner.
And when you talk to anybody else, this is a fantastically. No, you also speak to others and with such disclaimers. Under. So we'll come to the first chart, which is this.
The first chart is Nifty Bank. Now,
brief rapid fire round because it's very essential. Sab log bolenge banking to chalo. And banking has been the best performing sector for 22. So there is a method behind selection of this.
Okay, if you can't see it properly, I have the next one here because it's. The previous one was something where there are oscillators, but the next one is on the full page. So what do you think?
Which year?
Oh, it's the current
22?
Current point, yeah. It is right since August 21 to December 22.
December 22.
And this week was all-time high.
It's the all-time high. This is the all-time high.
Yogesh, your view.
Look.
So,
he's a banker, yes.
So, but
inside view. Chart, anything. This is a selection of.
What comes to
mind? What
I can see another new high.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay. I would look at this as an resistances levels are there. If you look at from technical perspective, to initiate any position to see those breakout levels, then only should look at from a short-term trading perspective.
Break it. Rohit?
I don't know whether this includes PSU or everything.
It includes SBI. It includes HDFC Bank.
It includes everything.
It includes all.
Not all. The main ones.
The bank Nifty.
पहले HDFC बोल दिया आपने.
नहीं पहले SBI बोल दिया. पहला SBI बोला. So thought
बायस हो जाएगा ना फट जाएगा.
सर वो नीचे वाले चार्ट क्या हैं जो ऑसिलेटर्स हैं because that I could not relate.
We'll come to it. We'll come to specific banks. This is just an overview.
Okay. The first जो first इसमें है वो rate of change है, which is the momentum. The second is the relative strength index. RSI, that is called the RSI. The third one is stochastics, which is the slow moving stochastic.
Okay.
And the fourth one is this is an indicator developed by the programmer, which is our own assessment of what a stock or what the Nifty or whatever it looks like. So
Aditya,
this is something
your view,
which is
looking at the chart only 1.5 years.
I'm clueless.
But by the end of the 15 minutes, you should have full clues on how to make 5 crores.
So this is not the daily chart, okay? This is the weekly chart.
Then you say high RSI, 72, 73 RSI with the strong long-term resistance which is showing. So anything needs to be looked at from, because these are the very crucial level to be looked at before taking any position, either long or short. So I would just wait to build a new pattern and then would take as in a trading position.
Fine. We'll go to the next one. This is only a kind of an overview.
Let's okay.
We are not going into the. We'll have a separate
that
session
was
now.
Bank Nifty.
Yes.
This is, you asked the question, PSU banks. And this also is a weekly chart. And what you can see, in fact, is
सेकेंड क्वार्टर रिजल्ट के बाद भी भागा है सब.
हाँ, तो इस महीने में, इस वीक में काफी भाग है.
Correct.
This week it has gone up substantially, and if you see the last two, the lines they are in between, those are called the pivot lines. Those are called the pivots. So that is next week's, resistance and support levels. Those are brought up. So that is what it is, and it moved up. But then the problem is that it made a high, and it's moved down after that. So it's not high तो मार दिया उसने, लेकिन
It has gone
it's
down,
fallen,
up, and down.
yeah, so it's fallen nearly 50%. Abhi, the next one is very interesting. This is the Nifty private sector banks.
Say what's it?
Huh? See, and now this is the psychology of the market actually.
इसे प्रेशर में देखो.
So what is your feeling?
I think this is where it's
Yes. It can be a big breakout. Yeah. And HDFC Bank was 52-week high. We'll come to it.
नहीं, एक मिनट.
Axis Bank was 52-week high this week.
now it's almost
No,
extreme.
look at this. This is the PS,
Breakout.
private sector bank ये है. So if you want, if you have, as you rightly said, the oscillators are here. Yeah. So you can have a look at it.
Let's just say it's your
And these again are the weekly charts. Oscillator 94, RSI
67, no
62.
which is on the over.
No, it's not really overbought.
It's not, but it's just on
The flavor.
It's not a overbought territory, but not it's a mid. It's a close to mid. Yeah,
But if you look at one of the things which is there in the private sector banks, मैंने यहाँ लिया नहीं है, but the most important thing is that band which is there, the upper band and the lower band. That's called the Bollinger Band.
Bollinger Band, yeah.
So when you look at the Bollinger Band, it is right at the peak of the Bollinger Band. And the problem right now, which it will face, is that, that the red candle is overlapping the white candle right at the top, which is a very dangerous sign. So you're right in terms of what has happened. But why I said psychology is that psychology in the market, what really happens is, आप लोग देखेंगे कि पहले all the Nifty 50 and the BSE Sensex and other things, the stocks in those indices move up first. Mid caps lag behind. Okay, normal. That's the psychology of the market. That's what happens at the peak of the cycle. When everything moves up, the mid caps also start moving up. But what happens then, near the peak, is that the Nifty and the Sensex and the others start falling, and the mid caps still are going up. You'll be actually amazed at what happens at that time. So that is exactly what he meant by psychology.
Let's go to the next. We'll do that in a separate session. Just go on charts.
ये है. This is life insurance. I just want to point out one thing. So whether it is a bubble or not, like he said, whether it is a bubble or not, what's everyone's feeling?
let's see all the charts and let's hear bond markets also.
ठीक है.
Yeah, which is this?
This is LIC.
Yeah, LIC, some view. We want a lady to speak. LIC, chart. What's the view?
Going down.
Yeah, and then breakout is there. It's a rise is also there.
Yeah, right. So breakout has already happened.
So do you feel it's a good buy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, Aditya. Huh?
You don't want to buy, okay.
But it is half of the IPO price.
Yeah.
And the results were damn good.
That's not a reason to buy.
No, there are 20 things, but we'll come to, no, it's a rapid fire,
Yeah.
just to see, and results were damn good.
Yeah.
And some of the people in the ministry says, we'll do something, dividend do, bonus do, profit barao, and they are all on it.
Yeah. In terms of company is good anyway, so.
Price to buy,
Company is good for whom?
everybody should be a
Customers
millionaire.
or shareholders?
Company.
So now they are focusing more on the stakeholders because I am the main consolidating auditor.
Oh, great. Yes. Batao. Growth or value?
So that is why the results for what you found in the last quarter, because there was a change in the accounting, whereby the profits which were sitting in the FFA, we call it a fund for future appropriation, we transferred it to the stakeholders. So that is why you see a rise in the stakeholders amount.
Great. One note is that we would like you to do a short presentation and either betna, whatever topic. And Mayur, growth or value? From all the information you have about LIC, chart is only a supplement to your knowledge.
Gruesome business. Gruesome company.
And Warren Buffett has made huge money on insurance, long term.
But
And
company,
market share.
company matters. This is a
Market
gruesome
share.
company.
I'm giving lots of fundamentals. Market share, highest market share.
Everything is in the rear view. See, it's a the incremental market share of LIC in retail premium is 37%. 73% of the market they have already given away.
So 73 will become 50 also because of privatization. That's a policy of the government.
So we'll see when it becomes. But today reality क्या है? We look at their market share as 67, 68, but that is because of group business. The retail business, which is where the story of insurance is, they have already given away 73% of the market.
So it's not a value buy.
It is a gruesome business.
Right.
I think it is the biggest scam in the
correct.
world of financial history which has
Right.
ever happened.
I agree.
Huh?
It is a
It is an
falling
investing
business.
company.
It's a falling business. Business wise, it is
Your view?
not a good time to buy right now.
Huh?
Not a good time.
What's a good time to buy? Because
So
you
I
are
didn't
expert.
say about time. I
No,
only
I'm
said
asking,
business.
he's expert.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying just
Yeah.
about business.
Yeah. Huh? So what you would advise to people who have bought an IPO?
Looking at the chart, I'm saying not a good time to buy right now because once that top of this candle gets break, then we can say that whether it's a
Not on technical, just on LIC. What time is the buy? Chart is just a tool for us to get a flavor. Huh?
I have a negative view for PSU companies.
Okay. So this also shows when we saw the previous slide of PSU banks, those who did not participate, they missed out on a huge opportunity.
Sir, beware of representative bias.
Huh? No, fine.
Representative bias है आपका.
No, that is fine. Let's go to the next one.
Matters.
We have same, but okay.
Kौन सा?
This is ICICI Lombard.
ICICI Lombard, our insurance expert.
You wanted
Insurance expert. You have on ICICI Lombard.
You wanted a private sector, right?
General insurance.
Huh? Yeah. No, we have a flavor of everything. Yes. What's your call? I think it's a value.
It should be a good buy, I think, because generally integration
There's no
still
recording.
there is lot more in
Acha,
integration.
what's your view?
Good company.
Value?
Value.
So this is
Value,
it.
yeah,
I
you
want
can
to
say-
speak on this now. Practical example, value. Let's speak on ICICI Lombard, the
Okay,
way we look at it.
Value is again, it's a different way. Value because we are looking at historical and believing it has fallen. But is it a good company with a good management and a good yeah? The answer is 100% yes. Right? Given the growth story of India in terms of general insurance, I believe that it is a good buy. I cannot say whether it's a good value buy or not, but it's a good buy. It can be a good buy.
And help me with a chart.
In general insurance, what I see is like it's always a short-term policy, 1 year policy, and they have a flexibility to increase the premium after 1 year. So
But
after
in
COVID,
the age cohort, if it remains, they would normally.
after COVID, if you see
2 years.
ICICI Lombard, they have increased
Jan
the
21 to
medical
December
insurance
21.
policy by some 60-70%. So when you went for the renewal, they say ये age bracket change. That's the flexibility which can have this general business sustainability.
Multiple factors at play, but that happened because there were two reasons. Because for some of the health policies and will it happened, the reinsurers had increased their charges by almost 100% because the COVID claims were very high.
Correct.
So there was a reason for that increase.
So that going forward, 30 years, when I'm talking about 20 or 25 years down the line,
yes,
there will be a lot of different factors. They will be able to increase the premium. That flexibility is there as compared to life insurance term plan when a person takes.
This today
is not there.
What if tomorrow the general insurance policies are for 5 years? In the case of car insurance, you are supposed to take.
I heard that.
So I'm saying a lot of things are dynamic here, but simple putting this in to respect the time in this. Good business, good company. The price has fallen by 40%, I think 30-40%. It's a good.
Last 2 years, it has not gone up. Some people get scared. People get scared. This has gone up. So risk hai, girega kya? But PSU banks, they've gone up over 50% in last 2 months. Those are not entered. They have missed out a big rally. So here it shows, type of consolidation management. So Sunil, your view on ICICI Lombard. As a business.
I think more than as a business, I agree with what quality of the management is what should probably set the course of the. Otherwise, there is a better scope for new product. Life insurance looks like a saturated product. Like this, new product.
And price?
Yeah, so
and price.
Yeah, good.
To value. Now I'll talk about saturation. It is not correct. In life insurance, our penetration is very, very low. There is unlimited potential for growth. And it is possible LIC could be a good buy from a short-term angle because of it has fallen up too much. And now they have started giving results and they are still not giving embedded value. Possibly embedded value goes up. Then Mayur can at least comment on valuation. Today there is no embedded value, and based on other parameters, next. Rapid fire. So we'll do more charts.
This is SBI insurance.
Insurance expert.
This is SBI life insurance.
This is
2 years. 2 years है ना? अच्छा 2 years निकालो ना.
ये July, August.
Longest period you have.
No, July 21.
So this is about 1.5 years. Our insurance expert.
I was about to go.
We are enjoying this. So much contribution coming from you.
I think it should be a good.
How's the business?
Business is good. Life insurance definitely, because the penetration is quite less. And SBI, since they have a lot of branches, so they are able to sell their products. The spread is quite good for them. Customer base is also there. So they have a ready-made market where they can service their products. That is why they have a cutting edge, upper edge.
Madam.
At this point,
This is SBI Life. That was LIC.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Bye. You will put your hard-earned savings or family for next 10 years.
Okay, the next one.
No, I want some more views. Who has not spoken? Rapid fire.
Even in present scenario, I would bet on LIC rather than SBI Life.
Good. अरे तभी बोलते थे. But good. Yes. Why?
On the current
value.
And giving the factor, government is also opening up for the IRDA license that they can come also into general insurance potentially. So I think with the LIC having already a large base, if something of general insurance also comes into picture, it will trigger.
Good. Now there is another fundamental development is IRDA is coming out with reforms. It is possibly a life player can do general can do life. It may be implemented fully or partly. Because somebody is saying pura general insurance will merge in LIC, which is not possible. And somebody is saying ICICI Pro will start Mediclaim, which is being done by ICICI Lombard. But views of stakeholders will come. Let them do what they want. Our objective is to understand value and understand the markets and create wealth for our stakeholders and ourselves, right? Next. Everybody has spoken before. We always have introduction rounds and we know each other. Anybody has come first time here?
I'm coming first.
You. And who else? Huh? No, I know. That's why first time I told you, you speak maximum. Yes. Your name and company?
Bhavesh Mitalia, Mitalia and Company, Chartered Account.
Okay. Name and company?
And company is ICICI Bank.
Oh, wonderful. What's the designation?
Chief Manager.
Which branch?
BFSI office only, corporate office, regulatory reporting.
Regulatory.
We
During.
we prepare financials and notes to accounts. So I have the notes to accounts. So
Oh, wonderful. Now, you connect with Yogesh and Aditya both after the session, and if possible, work out a topic which you can present mutually. And anybody wants to speak, no, in future sessions, can just talk about it if any support you need with Yogesh or Aditya. And Anupam today, I don't know why he could not come on on insurance. Maybe connect with Anupam or Yogesh and Aditya can take care of it. But I am personally requesting you, because we have you spoke about runaways,
Runaways, yeah.
So special for ladies to is fast entry, VIP entry. So otherwise there is I think queue and scheduling, But for to do this, any topic you work on. Or since you are in BKC.
Highlight what you have not written in the notes to accounts.
I have a strong sense. Sense at the time I said when we had LIC speak and this insurance, okay. So we have got two more insurance experts today.
सर मैडम जी सॉन्ग डालेगी पर्दे में रहने दो पर्दा ना
Either this whole motto of this roundtable group is to parda hatao. Open. And all of you should become multimillionaires.
That is a
must. Our president said in a few days back to the justice meeting, that what I have said, but please also understand what I have not said.
At least multimillionaires in brain power and add value to stakeholders.
Brain power
I know, that's why I'm involving you. Yeah, next.
This is the most important.
Which company?
And very exciting. It is not a company. NSE IT sector. NSE IT, Nifty IT.
What does it look like?
Connection is probably ended basing out.
No, what about the last candle? Yesterday.
Red one.
HCL.
Yesterday वाला last week का है.
Last week का है.
Okay.
No, that is because of the yesterday's.
But go on,
तो उसने पूरा week खींच लिया.
So they don't get it.
Jan 2021.
Now here what is happening, this is a fear of recession impact. Now don't look always just one day, because one day that intraday corrections will happen, and you have to keep in mind yesterday Infosys buyback opened.
This is a weekly chart, not a daily chart.
But you had a 2 years chart also.
Yeah, this is a 2 year chart.
Yeah. So this shows also it went up, it went down, and now is there value in IT companies? We talked about Wipro inflow, and I feel there is value.
No,
in
I
IT
don't
companies.
think so. There is value, but are they? Are they? Have they started making sense from now on till maybe over the next few quarters? Yes, the answer is yes. But it has started making sense to start looking at them.
Yes. Yeah.
But is it value today? The answer is definitely no.
Start looking at it, and I reserved it. Actually, I was waiting for Sandeep to start. We talked about Wipro. Right from 1992, 93, I've been looking at history. Wipro is falling in that value teaching which he did. Now you have to see value over 30 years, whether you do it today or whether do it next year. It will regain its glory. What happened? It was your question. I reserved the answer. There were three things which happened. There was a transformation when Azim Premji handed over.
Yeah.
So his son Rishabh was there. He did not become CEO. He says he is not that age and maturity. So there was another CEO, and there were a few people left. It happened in Infosys also. Mr. Suta was there, Mindtree, it happened. So then there were people issues. Then go to digital strategy was there. Infosys got this guy from SAP, current one, Salil. He went into controversies, people went against him. So he was the first to go to market digital. Wipro, there was a delayed response to go digital. So people issues. And third one is Infosys has been doing a series of buybacks continuously.
For last
series.
TCS as well as Infosys.
Whenever it falls, so it's a safety net, it goes, bounce. Because of that, TCS and Infosys have got a higher rating by the market. And Wipro earlier floating stock used to be low. And Premji had a different type of approach. But as a business, it is a fantastic business. A few things they will do and they have realized it and it takes time to implement. And the last 2 quarters were good. So it's such a person who has bought his Wipro as a stock. I was one of the few who would even get when you order 10,000, we got 50 shares. I'm talking about 1995, 94 when you said databases started from there. 50-50 karke, then Bejdo because you need minimum. And it has been a significant outperformer from 95 days. So then when to sell? A person doesn't sell such things. Then what happens is, possibly it can become similar to that ITC thing, people sold, underperformer. Now you got 60% return in last 1 year. So Wipro has always fallen under definition of value, but possibly somebody saw more definition in Infosys or more thing in HCL tech. In fact, yesterday fall, only one reason, that's why I said don't take one. HCL con call was interpreted in some way to somebody sold off that. Because of that,
change in the CEO and a lot of management.
That happened in Wipro. But no, one thing. There were 3 things. We said digital also. They were little late in going digital. So Salil had transformed this thing, Infosys, and HCL's tech is still in a linear model. Now that model is changing from linear to it's no longer linear. Recession aa gaya, so linear model doesn't work. So now digital also it is going into it. And there are many mid-cap companies like Zensar, they have collapsed because of this short-term issues. Let's go to next.
Yeah, 1 second. I knew the answer actually. I asked you. The perception, that was the perception in the market because मुझे बोलना चाहिए कि I'm one of the few lucky ones to have met Mr. Premji 2005 and not once but quite a few times actually. Even at that time, and we were looking at setting up a offshoring entity, and we were trying to gauge, how the management is. I was in UBS at that time. Okay, the feeling which we got was there is no succession planning. Correct. So always when there is a perception that there is no succession planning, whereas Infosys was, even we met Infosys at the same time. Infosys, we could see a complete professional management right down the line. And in fact, Amitabh Chaudhary was in project one, his Axis Bank MD round. Correct. He was in Infosys. Now, you can see the lineage, the whole thing of a succession planning down the line. Professionally run management, whereas Wipro was not like that. Wipro had very, very low capable people to look after the company. So, I would say
a quick smile.
The governance was good.
Sandeep, just half a second. A quick smile from all of you. Smiling is essential. This is. The photos will come to a few of you. Photo is the same. Smile. Yes, laugh chalega. Show the teeth also. Yes. Show the teeth also now. Carry on.
So, yeah, because when IT is growing really such a way, can derail, because
derail. At that time, we were not seeing that. So, uski wajah se wo gir gaya. Again, the management, the lower management was not that great. It was not very strong. When we actually interacted with those guys, that confidence was not there. So that was Wipro.
Next chart.
And before I go on to the next one, you were saying that research started somewhere in 2000.
No, I'm saying that very few people used to do organized way. People.
Again, I'm very, very lucky to have actually worked with Mr. Nimesh Kampani, who was the first one to set up a research unit in 1994.
Yeah.
So, and that got sold off to Morgan Stanley. So, the research unit, जो अभी Morgan Stanley का जो है research team, that grew from the 1994 onwards to become. They are not there right now. Let's.
Aditya, can you take 1 or 2 photos? Mayur is just reading.
Nifty IT. This is another one of those.
That is superb, yeah. Superb session. I'll take care.
Now this is the last one. This is a NBFC. Piramal Enterprises.
Acha, before anybody says, because I know Mayur is leaving, he has to drive to Pune. Value, growth.
Piramal Enterprises is.
Yes.
No, sorry.
Acha, first smile. Smile. All of you. One second, this I forgot. It's still lying. Yes. Come closer, no? Take a few. All.
I'll take it.
Take full also. Piramal Enterprises incidentally had Pharma also. Pharma was demerged just last month. And one more thing, quality of management, and he has created lot of.
I know means is it good or bad? I don't know.
I'm coming to it. No, I'm talking. I want a view of value, and I'll give you some inputs. Quality of management, he has been a good well creator, and or he has styled himself, tried to be a type of. And another thing, as of today, the book value, intrinsic value, all those models you talked about, Fisher and all, he meets it. And Bajaj Finance is 7 times of book. And Piramal Enterprise, as of now, is an NBFC and wants to forward a similar model, and it is half of book.
Half of book.
And it is one of the very few large NBFCs which are at that type of valuation. And one more thing, growth versus value, so people understand the context. First, 5-star Financial ka IPO came 2 weeks ago. 5-star Financial, right? We discussed about it. Today, they are quoting at 3 times price to book. And third-rate business model, which they have projected as first-rate business model, and they got secure to invest. In fact, Baiju also got secure to invest. There's a lot of black market into it. But this is just set context. 5-star ka NBFC 3 times this thing. And today this is, so it falls into the value. And I would clearly say it is a value play. What time you buy, whether you buy it next week or buy it the next month, from points of view of the chart. Achha, now your chart is what? What's the rate? High and low rate?
This is 846 now. Right now.
And the peak in your chart?
The peak.
It would be unmerged entity, right?
Demerged 1146.
No, the chart is modified, right? Correct? And now this has happened.
50.
How will the chart get modified?
Yeah, because in packages does it, no? Demerger when it happened.
After
Demerger.
After that date, no?
Yes.
After that date.
Yeah, he has taken that only. So
demerger ka effect will not be there.
Earlier it was 2,700. This company price was 2,500.
If it is X rights or.
So demerger has happened, and the point is, this is good for all professionals. You look at the last quarterly results, it made a huge loss. So P, you don't get a P. Now huge loss is temporary. You see the notes to accounts, and they have made extra provision for impairments.
Yeah, that will be DHFL, right?
No, DHFL was a price buy. There's a lot of intrinsic value because of DHFL buy.
No, what is saying is because of DHFL losses.
No. This is only quarter to quarter ECL losses. Only for September quarter. DCL was last year. and DCL was in a subsidiary. So this was, they had, it's interesting, over 30,000 crores. This guy is an M&A artist. His wife, Swati Piramal. So they made huge money. Abbott, who sold to Abbott? Piramal sold to Abbott. Huge money came. What to do with the money? He wanted to take over IDFC Bank. It did not come. Regulator, industrial house did not work. He put in Shriram Group, some investment. Balance what to do till he does the next pharma takeover. API company shuru kiya, Piramal Pharma, which will grow, demerge kiya. He got Carlyle into it, 20% stake. To start giving loans. Big ticket loans, 500 crores, 1000 crores, Lodha, 2000 crores loan. Paisa hai, kya kare? And when you're getting an 80% return, and now what happened? There are delays in loans. So auditors said make an impairment provision. So he has been overcautious. He said this is a time when demerger happens or new CEOs come, you do kitchen sinking, right? So he says, let me do kitchen sinking, front end it. So this is the first result of NBFC. So it's clear value worldwide, half of book value. Now you have to bet on quality of management. Now whom he hired? He hired from Axis Bank, that top person. What is his name?
Jairam Sridharan.
So, and he has got talent from the best.
Jairam has joined here.
And the best talent is being recruited. Point is 30,000 crores of wholesale loans. People, behavioral finance you talked about, behavioral finance. So 30,000 crores of wholesale loan dene ka kya zarurat hai? Would you give? Now he says, I will do 60% retail, 70% retail. But then you've got 30,000 crores of wholesale loan. Omkar, you developer ko diya. You finish your projects and 30 flats, 40 flats, we will take at 20% discount. High ROE model. So if not 18% ROE, 12% ROE return, ROC will come in this business. It will come. So it falls under that value thing, and it's a fantastic case study for all professionals here. Look at notes to accounts and look at this loss, and you see FY24 or F25 profits aega or kiska relative hai. You have to see his relations. We say relationship management, right? I think everybody is listening. It's very important whose relationship he has got.
Relationship manager.
Right? So, strong linkages. Not only that, there is one important point from your bond markets. Because after it starts over, you will talk to that. He has got 10 years loan at some 7% 10 years loan. Just imagine what is the borrowing rate now for loans.
10 years GSEC.
No, not GSEC. No, NBFCs.
NBFCs will depend on his rating.
Over 9%. And he got a locked-in rate.
NBFCs are even getting a 10%.
Right? Loss-making company. Piramal Finance ka, he got last year, when market sub 4% pe de raha tha, for 4.5%, 5%, he locked in some 6.75% rate for 10 years. So just imagine, huge loans over 10,000, about 9,000 crores. So this is bond markets. So to get ready for your topic,
Value buying is
and he has to travel to Pune.
Can I ask one query?
Yeah.
If it comes to there's the importance of putting in the right price.
And it looks good.
And is there
You don't understand.
Now this is the main thing. Kotak Mahindra, sorry. There are two left. Kotak Mahindra Bank.
Your view?
Phenomenal bank.
Value or growth?
No, definitely not a value buy, but it is a good company with a good prospect, strong quality of management. Definitely a buy.
Good. That's what. It's the first time we are getting it. Of course, we got a disclaimer.
It is not only a bank that you are buying; it's a financial conglomerate because a lot of you're buying through bank. Yeah, you're buying through bank. You're not only buying a bank, but you're buying their investment banking business. सब में हो गया ना. ICICI is a conglomerate. HDFC now is 21. You're buying conglomerate, not only the bank.
And it is an underperformer, so people don't feel scared. In fact, I know some people like underperformer. वो भाग गया ना, scary, dangerous. In fact, that's the time to buy.
Book to value ratio is highest in the industry. 4.2. Okay, so when the HDFC was 4, it was around 6. That time the book to value. So look at the relative term, it is still not a cheap. That's insane. It's a value buying, don't know, but as a good company, yes.
अच्छा जी सस्ता नहीं मिलेगा.
आपको टेक्निकल्स आता है ना तो वो देखो और
I agree.
No.
Hey, on this. Yep.
Which is the next?
Next is the Nifty. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Yes Bank.
Yes. We discussed about Yes Bank and extensively. Now we'll have a few things. Yeah, madam. Yes Bank.
Overboard.
Independent view.
Technically overboard.
Let's total. Yes. हाँ weekly चाहिए.
December 22.
हाँ?
What do you want? Yes or no for buy? Yes, bank.
No. You just share your knowledge about it as a professional.
Yes.
As a bank. Recommendation when it comes out of knowledge.
Now it is like
Hmm?
the management has changed, so
Yes.
things will improve. That what I can see in future. Yes, bank.
Right. What things will improve?
Management and the market share and the other parameters that not performing assets and other change.
Money is coming in.
Yeah.
Management, it is coming in this month.
Yeah.
Carlyle and Edwin money is coming in this month. And Yogesh talked about JC Flower. So it will become a zero NPA bank.
Yeah.
Clean slate. New things will come. And on the charts, this is very important.
It is again.
It's a breakout.
It's not a breakout yet.
It's a clear breakout. Of some people were saying 18, consolidation at 15, 18. Last 2 years, it has crossed.
Weekly charts पे breakout नहीं है अभी तक. Weekly charts में it is just.
Okay, that's your view. Some people are looking at it as a clear breakout.
It broke out actually. It broke out and has come back and.
It's a 52-week high. It's
almost close to overs.
It's a 52-week. No, one second. It's not overbought.
71 RSI.
Harish, madam said something. So here what has happened? It's a 52-week high.
Correct.
It's a 52-week high. And that high also, 18 was a peak. Then it went back to 15. So people were waiting how long it will take. So now it has happened. And money is coming this week. So 18 broke out. And what happened yesterday? When the bank stocks came down, many bank stocks came down by 5%, 10%.
Yesterday, yes.
It went over 20, 20.3, it came to 19.7 and volumes were 5 times. Smartest people were buying. And when money comes in, Carlyle Advent, what Harish talked about, price to book, Kotak 4. And why not it should become 4? If not 4, why not become 3? So there are FIs are increasing stake. Some people said Yes Bank became no bank and they went in for other stocks. So it's a catch-up it happened, but catch-up driven by fundamentals. Clear driven by fundamentals. And then you have to, and incidentally, Mayur said one particular thing. When the price came down and you had that thing long term, so you need not sell, continue. So it went to 10 rupees. And then 10 rupees, some State Bank and Kotak got money, big ticket at 10. And now it went to 20. IPO came at 12. Those who invested in IPO has got much more money than FD rate. Not only that, it has gone up more than Nifty. Also, 12 to 20. It has gone. So those who had confidence to buy at 12, 14 and Carlyle, when Carlyle put money in PNB housing, that deal happened. From 300, the stock went to 800. Then somebody said, no, why इसको सस्ता क्यों दे रहे हो? 600 रुपए का stock तुम 300 में दे रहे हो. But the point is that 600 became because of Carlyle. It went to 800 also. Now PNB is coming out with a rights issue. They got a new CEO. So this is a type of backdrop. I liked it when you said that means you are a good knowledge in banking also. Besides insurance, of course, being a banker. So this clear developments are happening and all of you should track this. This Yes Bank, Piramal Enterprises, because you get a loss-making company, half of book value, or kya business model hai, and hiring the best talent. And he is very clear. Of course, his relationships will support him. And here, Advent. And there is a possibility, State Bank, May and Kotak gets out. And just imagine if that stake 30% goes to Carlyle, what will happen? And who is the senior advisor to Carlyle? Rohit, huh? Right, Rohit. Senior advisor to Carlyle. Yes.
Carlyle Aditya Puri, KKR Shikha Sharma.
And very soon, you will have two directors. Possibly the next current CEO of Stanley Carlyle and a person, one nominated by Edmund. They will come on the board.
I'll just interrupt. Sorry, everybody, I need to leave. Thanks a lot.
We'll have many.
Sandeep ji, no problem at all. Thanks a lot. Pleasure.
But we are glad you stayed so long.
Yeah.
He said 4:35. And drive safe.
Drive safe, yeah.
And many more sessions from you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
What we are enjoying is, I'll tell you, everybody is speaking. This is a rare concept we developed over 10-12 years. And some people we did not know have become so close now because of participation and on practical issues. Really. Which is it? Yes Bank, no?
नहीं अभी निफ्टी हाँ Yes Bank हो गया.
Yes Bank. So we just took some more views on Yes Bank. Those are positive about it.
The books have been already cleaned down.
There was a restriction on selling the shares for 3 years. That is
No. I will tell you the facts. नहीं हुआ.
That is March.
March 23 lock-in is getting over.
March 23. I'll tell you the date also. 14th of March, and Yes Bank has sent that official confirmation on BSE site. On 14, it will be happening automatically in your Demat account. No further instructions are required.
मतलब you'll have to sell it, right?
Depends.
No, it has been an opportunity by people who have been looking forward it and tracking developments. It is an opportunity. तो तब तक आपको प्राइस अट्रैक्टिव मिलता है, बाद में खींच जाएगा because people are waiting to buy. There is a fear of supply.
I would like to share one on Yes Bank.
But there is a fear of supply which becomes discounted in the price. There's a fear of supply. That's why it was
very temporary.
तो 15 to 18. That's why it was not crossing 18. March देखेंगे अरे अभी तुम्हारा यूको बैंक Punjab and Sindh Bank is going from 18 to 34. UCO Bank, IOB Bank is going from 12 to 24. And yes, people had forgotten it was a bank. People are saying that's a joke, right? ये भी bank है देखो. And people have not seen, when they see Carlyle director and Advent director come and this JC Flower deal, I think the deal is done. Money has changed hands.
Done, and I think some 30,000 crore will be getting pushed also in NRCL through. Something is happening on that.
NRCL also will come. So this cleanup will come in PSU banks and recoveries will come. So here your fundas are there, and what is the risk or what is the loss you plan and then decide. But you should at least follow developments.
Capital protection.
First is
Anil, you are sharing your experience.
Yes Bank, I have been following up since Mr. Kapoor left that bank. So one of the key employees of the organization who is getting over 1 CR package from that time, he has been getting some increment every year in that bank. One. Secondly, that employee, he is an IITian and he has not left the bank. So these are also some indicators, whereas he was earlier from Infosys. So I was just contemplating or calculating what could be the reasons. A person who leaves Infosys and joins Yes Bank and does not leave Yes Bank, and the bank is also giving him some increments every year. So these are very, very big indicators. So an organization which is actually in bad shape, black swan type, so if the employees don't leave, and that too key employees, and they continue to get some increment, they are strong indicators that the bank will be doing very good in the future.
They are doing recruitment also, good people. And now incidentally the current CEO, Prashant Kumar, right? He was an ex-CEO of SBI. He has been becoming super cautious. So every quarter the most cautious results ever. अपना क्या जाता है? Right? He is rewarded for that. He would have retired in SBI. So he has come on it. So here is a balance sheet which is clean. You don't have to hype it up like first 5-star finance which came.
This is the extended PSU? Yes Bank is extended.
Yes, it's an extended PSU as of now. It's an extended PSU as of now.
With a private flavor.
With a private flavor, and which over $1 billion is coming in a few days. Over $1 billion. Which bank is raising $1 billion? They were all hesitating. Nahi milta hai, 500 crores, 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores. What they are coming out with? Bond markets, rush appetite for bonds, right? Now, Yogesh, you don't need any introduction.
I think even CBDC is permitted to Yes Bank.
Last step, sorry.
Yeah.
Nifty.
They had right of history.
Now here, Yogesh, your view on Nifty. Looking at alternate options available.
पता नहीं सर.
Everybody,
sir, morning I read something, so I have a recency bias.
So I have more of recency bias.
Conscious with the biases.
I have seen the charts of Sandeep.
I read something which says that Nifty will be 15,000 by July next year.
Yeah.
Right. What should I say now?
July, no, December only. So, हाँ, जो मंदी वाले हैं, they are good in spreading rumors in WhatsApp. और वो 15,000 तक wait नहीं करेंगे. They will wait for another 15 minutes and square off. After people have read the messages, right? And now, what is important, it's connecting it. Today we are 18,000, how much?
This is
18,496. It went to 18,800, 900. There are alternate avenues available as far as Nifty is concerned. Small caps, even CLSA said a report 20% more, it will go up. That's the thing. So alternate options today, what is the bond rate for a 3-year bond by a well-rated?
You take a GSEC.
GSEC कितना है?
एक साल का टी-बिल ले लो सर, आपको अभी 7 दिखा के आया था, अभी भी 6-60 में मिल जाएगा. 6-60-670.
हाँ.
1 year टी-बिल.
And what rate tier 2 is coming? Bank. And Yogesh, tier 2?
690 क्या?
हाँ जी. And tier 2?
कर लेते, 7 तो दिखा के आया.
नहीं आप बोलो. Tier 2 bonds which you are buying.
Depends which bank it is. So if it's a kind of PNB, ज़्यादा रेट पे मिलेगा.
Axis Bank.
Axis Bank tier 2 भी हुआ 780 पे.
हाँ 7. It happened this week. That's why I told him. 780. Axis Bank is borrowing at 7.8. Why? They can raise FD rates, but FD rates will have a high impact on cost of funds for the whole bank. So here they are raising. How much they got? Axis Bank.
Axis कुछ
7.8.
12,000 करोड़.
12,000. There is huge demand for. This is all sets the context for your bond markets. Huge demand for banks. So people are going to Axis Bank. Capex cycle, working capital cycle, loan do. Axis Bank CEO and given his KRA, he wants to be an outperformer. So he wants to have higher growth than SBI and ICICI. So he will go and get his customers, and he has taken 8,000 crores. It is the first bank to pay 7.8%. Now when Axis Bank has paid 8.8, tomorrow ICICI will come, other banks will come. So rate is established, and he did it before the RBI governors meeting.
नहीं 7.8. Axis का तो कल हुआ ना.
Axis का कल हुआ. It was announced before. हाँ, that's why he got 7.8. Perfect timing. लोग सोचे.
Actually उसका सर कूपन प्रीफिक्स था.
हाँ, कूपन फिक्स था ना. तो 7 point. So this is what I told Yogesh. He was not aware about his high rate. So I knew it was kind of prefix, but his timing was perfect. Point is he has paid high. He has paid high because he is lending higher. The day the RBI policy came, you reset the clause lending rate. That in case of lots of borrowers, over half is reset. So he will get higher NIMs on the whole loan basket. So here your profits goes up. And then bond market, this is what is actually happening in bond market. And so Nifty has an alternative. Now what new high Nifty goes is actually anybody's guess. But we will relearn technical analysis because we had a lot of sessions on technical analysis. 1 hour session, 2 hour session, we'll do online also and separately. In fact, I was wondering how many of you would like to participate. So then we can plan and customize the session, right? Huh?
Yeah.
But you have to participate. Aisa nahi hai, at the time participation mein you are not there. We wonder how many people are there. Huh? Today it was like a wonderful group, so much participation. Yeah, Yogesh, now over to you.
Bond market.
And to Harish.
Yeah.
Bond, debt, RBI, digital currency. And we have a lively participation.
You want to hear from the first bond you want to cover, or shall I cover digital
I'll
currencies?
just set the background.
We'll all do together.
Because digital currencies is altogether different, not related with the bonds.
We'll just give an update. It's a digital, RBI governor also gave an update. So we'll give an update about bonds.
No, so just to set the context that how big the bond market is.
Yes.
Currently, the corporate bond market is somewhere about 40 trillion. Sir, you can just correct the number if I go wrong anywhere. 40 trillion kind of, and every year.
Give an example. What is 40 trillion?
40 lakh crore है sir अभी क्या है?
40 lakh crore. That means
तो गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज जो आउटस्टैंडिंग है अभी करंटली 80 लाख करोड़ होगा.
डिपॉजिट्स कितना है?
170 लाख करोड़. हाँ. So banks का total deposit itself is 170-175 trillion होगा. So bond market is 40 trillion. GSEC is somewhere about 82 trillion. Every year the corporates and issuers which are tapping the market. So last year का I think it was somewhere around 6 trillion. So 6-6.5 lakh crore market से उठा है. Before that it was lower number because of COVID. But if you segregate the population, most of the issuers who are tapping the market are AAA. So maybe 80-90% of the issuers would be AAA. तो जो rating basket अगर हम देखें, if you see AAA, AA, probably B and below. So below AA you will not find anything. So practically we can say that they don't have access to bond market. So for that matter, first thing. Second thing, most of the banks or corporates, if they have a sophisticated treasuries, then it's very easy for them to tap the market, because someone who is very new to the market, someone who has not accessed the market earlier, probably it would be very difficult for him because a lot of compliances are there. Some other questions which I get most of the times is that why people raise through bond market if there are financial institutions. So like I said, that total outstanding balance sheet of a bank, advances would go somewhere around maybe 100 or 120, 130 trillion kind of. So not all corporates have access to banking system. Probably they would have used all their limits, what all they can borrow from banks, or probably they would be borrowing for something which is not a bankable purpose. So all these things are coming through bond funding. There are many examples. So AIFs are also actively operating in bond. SPVs are there. I can give examples of HAM, toll roads, transmission projects. So the cycle goes, a typical cycle goes like this. If I can give one example of a transaction, say someone wants to borrow. Probably if he's borrowing through a bank, his rate will keep on increasing if he is on the rate rising cycle. But if he raises the same funds through bond market, if it's not a floating bond, then his coupon, his interest outgo will remain same. First thing. Second thing, if he's a toll operator or if he's a highway project or any SPV, he can have that much covenants and he can service that through his overall receipts. So that way how the transaction goes. So it's very parallel to normal loan, but the transaction doesn't happen like a loan. So it's not a loan market, because in India we don't have a secondary loan market if we exclude the loan syndication part which is happening in banks. But if at all bond is considered, it can be very easily originated and then it can be sold off also. So if a syndication division of a bank is thinking to originate say 2,000 crores of loan, syndicate it and then sell it off say 1,500 crores, a lot of legal documentation also gets exchanged. But if it's a bond, then they can simply originate 2,000 crores and then they can in the secondary market they can sell it off. So that way also it becomes very easy. So I just tried to cover many practical aspects, that how in the simplest language. If at all pricing is to be considered, it goes by rating, the sovereign rating, the sovereign pricing of the corresponding matching tenor. Say for example, someone who is an NBFC is coming to the market to borrow funds for 3 years. We'll try to match up that what is the 3-year GSEC is going on, then how much spread we can charge on that based on its credit risk, liquidity risk, because probably that bond may not be tradable in the secondary market afterwards. So all these factors are there. I'll be happy if someone has any specific question or query or any.
Specifically, you said one point. Let me. Axis Bank, 7.8% was determined for 8,000 crores. 12,000 crores. Huh? Now, how you said it was prefixed earlier, So how that 8% got determined? What was the factors at play? With whom? Which constitutions that got determined? How many players finally participated? How many players participated in decision making? What was the earlier rate? And what is the expected rate? If you can give this understanding.
That was fixed by bank. So I can't disclose many details because I can just talk about that. There were some deals from HDFC also. So probably bank would have identified the investors through HDFC. So there were many deals. 4,400 crores were punched by HDFC. I was only on the bidding screen.
So what was the earlier rate? Deals with HDFC at what rate?
I don't know.
How
No, I'm asking about Axis. I'm not talking about deals. I know how deals happen.
What happened?
I'm trying to see his understanding.
Axis Bank had a set of investors. Sorry, sir.
No, Axis. You continue
But
on what you're saying.
Axis Bank cannot bid on its own behalf.
Correct.
Screen.
Yes.
So they need a vehicle. They will approach a bank. That sir, we have these 4,000 crores of investors also with us. You bid on our behalf, and then we'll bank, and then we'll get it invested from your end.
Okay.
But I can't put it in the public.
No. So Axis Bank has talked to his high value bidders.
Whomsoever. Their investors.
By way of a kind of an informal bidding process.
Yeah.
Fundraising is always done that way.
So you build a book first. So be it Axis Bank, be it Bank of Maharashtra, be it any XYZ bank.
So 7.8% came through.
But it was mentioned in their offer document also. It's a fixed coupon bidding. So
At
bank has
7.8.
decided 7.8.
Based on a kind of interest it got. So we will get 8,000 crores.
Yeah, whomsoever wants to bid, first come, first serve basis, they will allow.
Now, is it, can you get a view? This was a week of rate hikes in India. Now is another set rate hikes, or not 14th
But
will happen.
35 was always considered.
Or Abhi, 14th December, what will happen? What is your view as a general person about these bond rates of the same class of 8%? You expect it to rise up by a few basis points or stabilize or
10-year GSEC, you mean?
This 7.8 was which bond? I'm talking about only this.
Axis Bank Tier 2.
Tier 2. A bank, large bank coming with Tier 2. Now there will be many others coming.
Yeah, even SBI was telling us 775, they are still planning. SBI
So
is
next
there in
week,
pipeline.
I'm talking about next
Yeah,
coming
so in coming weeks, SBI would be there in pipeline, Bank of Maharashtra would be there in pipeline.
At what rates? It will stabilize or it will increase further? The rates.
They must have been tied up only.
So what rate you are expecting?
Sir, I'll tell you how it operates.
No, I am saying, my view is
only. Sir, what happens?
This week and next week.
It's not like that market that they are kind of just displaying or projecting an IPO.
What rate you expect on Bank of Maharashtra?
30%. Depends, 81, na?
Bricks out.
It will be more kind of, it will go beyond 850.
815.
What you're expecting.
Okay. And which other bank you said? I see.
अभी तो
SBI, what you? How much you expect SBI this week?
Sorry, 8 के नीचे.
SBI 7.75.
हाँ.
Okay.
But 775 उसका पुराना भी था 770.
We are talking about next week when it plays actual deal होगा.
सर वो SBI किसके साथ करता है उस पे डिपेंड है. मैं कितना बड़ा मतलब मार्केट cannot define SBI.
SBI is a much stronger. Yeah, it's a much stronger and a better risk.
So sir, actually I'll complete my sentence first. That whichever bank is coming, it will not going to happen that bank will just load on the screen and they will sit and then let the market decide. Bank will always have some set of investors known in advance. They will bid first.
If it is successful, because there have been issues, there have been bond issues which have been called off because there was no adequate
it's
demand.
not like that SBI bond is coming to the market and then the entire public is kind of hanging on it. It's not like that. EPFO, LIC.
They come to LIC. When we are doing investment department, first they get an anchor.
Yes.
Then they go and do it lot of trades.
And they only spread the rate. That at what rate? So when the Bank of Maharashtra done tier 2, he has categorically said that he will accept till 8, and he has accepted at 8.
Unicorns.
And
you have made a clear point. They will go to LIC, they will go to GIC.
But this is how it happens. And in turn,
procedure we know, but I was talking about the view on the rate.
So that's what I was explaining, that even if a market is at some direction, that may not override the rates. So say for example, on the policy, everyone was thinking 35 basis was given. Even if it could have been 50 basis, Axis Bank still could have secured 12,000 crores. The issue would never have got failed.
No, because as of now, demand is such And rising rate.
Sir, it's not about demand and rate rising, it's about tie-up. That who has agreed at what level. They will do that on the screen.
I have one question. As you know now, the Fed is also increasing the rate. India central bank is also increasing the rate. So naturally, the borrowing rate.
Yeah, going maybe a month downward, the scenario will be different. But I am talking about when an organization is coming for securing funds. Within that week, how it happens. So even if something is happening in that week, it's given. Everyone has.
In your opinion, my question is a little forward-looking. That in your opinion now, because there is also credit growth that is taking place, as you rightly say.
That's why they are borrowing.
Even I think the public sector and the government is also borrowing.
That's why capex cycle
because they are borrowing even at a higher rate. So now the private sector has got to pay more. So how do you see another 2 years time, for example, the rates going up?
Again, I have a recency bias because I read a lot of research reports maybe last entire week because it was a policy, so we are reading only. 125 basis hike is given again next. Afterwards that there are some research reports or there are some economists which are saying again one more, so terminal rate will be 650 or 675 kind of. Abhi already 225 बढ़ चुका है. So even if we think of 650, उसके बाद I don't think there would be some pause. And probably if a recession comes, then कुछ stimulus के लिए वापस the theory.
Yeah, because banks will have to.
But that period again will be from next June, July onwards. If sir can just update.
On this interest rate cycle perspective, one is a short end rate and one is a long end rate. So short end rate, there is another in India. 25 to 50 basis hike may happen. 25 basis is more likely. 50 basis is more. It's a stretch one. Not because of India inflation is a concern. Yes, India inflation is a concern, but we are
looking at a much higher gap to fill in.
No, sir. This what Fed is doing, what we are doing. The purpose is absolutely different and contrast. Okay, Fed is doing because over the inflation is high. Okay, and they want to have a complete control over that, and their economy is showing good growth, and they want to control it, and they are raising interest rates. In India, growth. People are saying yes, capex cycle pick up. Don't know. Okay, why don't know? Numbers, headline numbers, and back of the numbers may be different. Credits have been picked up. Yes, 17%. Credit numbers are good. It has picked up. But whether it will translate into a capex cycle, not sure. Why not sure? Again, there is global growth is slowing. Now Europe is in a mess. Okay, US.
Harish, you want to show your slide?
On this, I have not. I just talk on this because Europe is in a mess.
There's this. If you want to see this,
I just if you want
market 10-year yield.
It's good.
So
and he has also got excellent slides. You can use one or two as a backdrop if you want.
This is I prepared one. Not for this. I'm going to give a presentation to UCLA, which is so for this I've done some
10-year of India. So what is the last and what is the peak in the chart? What is the last and what is the highest?
10 year. 10 year is now 7.30, which is moving.
And highest was how much?
7.6061 is which is no. It happens in somewhere that was a peak.
7.61.
So sustain नहीं हो पाया मतलब resistance.
61. So let me just first go back to the because
you can take this.
I'll
It's really wonderful. We are considering so many factors today.
So before policy we saw 720, so also 715, 16 also. Again it has jumped back to 730.
Because of the Powell's talk differently in the question
not
and answer.
Not only Powell, sir, even we were expecting
that panic happened.
Not dovish words, but some guidance from even Das ji. But Das ji was completely hawkish.
He was hawkish actually.
So we were even not expecting full dovish, but some tone, some guidance.
Okay, hawkish. Why he is hawkish? I also need to understand. There is a reason for that.
इधर ही बैठो.
Control F4.
Control
F4.
I'm just working on something that's not complete, but still. This is something I'm preparing for my next week lecture to UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, the delegation. So those are these are some of the numbers, and we'll just correlate with those. So from the there is some numbers which is like Indian GDP perspective. Indian GDP, which again related to capex cycle. I have not covered the capex. Here's the 3-4 slides just covered. GDP has gone up. It's a little slowdown. It's not that it's a falling. Okay, it is more like a normalization because there was it's a normalization.
Correct.
But the uptick is not there. Now GST number is a number which is indicating your economy is strong because there's 1.54 lakh crore kind of the GST collections are there.
Sustained view 140.
And it's sustaining. It's saying okay, yeah, we are resilient to the global headwinds.
No, that could be one of the reasons. Might be inflation as well.
Yeah. So that's not so inflation is not because of these.
No. Ulta.
GST numbers.
The GST numbers could be because
inflation is there.
The GST number is there because that is also because economy is formalizing. That's another discussion that we have.
Yeah, that again is there.
That economy is growing, but after that there is some e-way bill. There is certain dip. Even though it's maintaining a 75 billion mark, which is there, but it's still it is showing some dip.
Okay.
But another number that is the import export that is falling.
That is falling. That is.
So now this is on the global backdrop.
Right.
Okay. If your export imports are falling, then it means there would be slowdown.
Imports is falling.
Sir, import export both.
Don't know.
Exports we know.
Exports has dropped quite a lot.
Imports. How much is your which is your import?
That is export.
Huh?
Export is more than 30%.
On imports.
Red is import. On one is export.
Red is import.
Yeah. So the fall in import is much steeper than fall in export.
Sorry, the down is
More than 20%. If I'm not mistaken.
the orange one. Red is which color?
Sir,
Red is export. Red is import.
Import. Export.
Right. Okay.
So
export is falling and import is which one?
Sorry,
Upar, blue one.
No.
Red wala.
Same together.
On the same chart.
Red.
The bottom. This.
Right corner जो है ना.
Okay. Now there are two things here. Imports is falling. One is the oil price is falling, and we are getting discounts from Asia. Export is falling in a much bigger way. The real exports are falling because of maybe recession, pharma is affected, and lots of other chemicals got affected. But imports could be falling. The oil volumes are not falling.
Right.
Price is falling. Right. So if you see the intrinsic strength of the economy is coming from the more the imports. So the economy is digesting it.
Okay.
And doing a value addition. And the GST is coming out of that.
See, there is a different way to interpret because the information is same and we all have a different perspective. That is how the market looks at. Information is same for everyone. Okay. Now the one is GST numbers is showing resilient, so it's a robust number. So one is the economy is growing, healthy. Okay, e-way bill dip. There is resilient. It has not shown economy would steep, but the third is your import exports that number indicating different story, that globally there is a concern and that will reflect back into India. So that will reflect back, it means our interest rate hike is because what the theory say, your economy is weak or your economy is showing a weakness, then you should not go for the interest rate hike.
Correct.
Right? That is a general econ, and that's a general theory. Now, why we are going for interest rate hikes?
Currency.
Absolutely. Why we are going for currency? Why currency? I ask question, why currency? Because
better returns are the other place.
Sorry?
Better returns are the other place. Is pulling the money. Better return at Fed is strong rates at US is pulling the money over there. 50.
So what would
competitive advantage?
What would be the result of that? Because if currency go on toss, our inflation will go up because we are the importer
economy.
We are net import economy. When your currency is falling very steep, then first is because you are bringing a lot of inflation, and second order pressure will come. There will be more outflows from your economy. Okay, so your economy is going through headwinds. Now coming back to whether capex will happen or not sure.
Not sure.
Why not sure? Because global headwinds. Your capex cycle is 72%, 75%. As a theory, new capex should start. But it may be on hold. So the heavy lifting has to be done by the government, not by the private sector. It will not come from the private sector.
Correct.
They are borrowing, definitely, but more of working capital, refinancing. The credit offtake is one more reason, which I covered in my.
Expansion.
So that is the infrastructure is government. Mostly government is doing that. That I have, in fact, I've written an article on corporate bond market, which very recently published. I've covered those aspects, and then in that one more correlation that I have put in. If I think my site is.
Yeah, one more question before you go to that.
Yes.
What about when you talk of 17% growth in the lending? What about ECLGS? All might not have paid or started paying the ECLGS back because there's a huge chunk of ECLGS which is there. So, people, there's a moratorium, right, on ECLGS. So obviously that lending rates will be high.
And that is the reason that there's a credit is also happening.
That is exactly what I.
And one more correlation that I want to show. This is the correlation. Okay. So what is that? Is during the interest rate hikes, corporate has tendency to move from the corporate bond market to bank.
Yes.
Why this is so? Because corporate bond market bonds work in anticipation in advance, and whenever there's a rate hike cycle, the yield curve moves up. So everything is moved. So in June, I think May or June, when the 10 years was touched at 7.62, after that it has not gone over there. Okay. So it means in May, when the first rate hike started, that time it touched the peak. After that, there's a lot of rate hikes happen, but market has fallen. Market has not gone up. Okay. Second aspect, now banks lending works with the lag because they have a deposits in CASA. There comes average pool. Normal general banking, average go up slowly with the lag. So when the interest rate hikes happen, corporates will shift some part of their borrowing, and you say their component of borrowing mix changes and more skew toward banks. This is also the reason that your bank credit growth is showing upward.
That's cheaper.
Okay, because cheaper. So how much bank's MCLR has gone up? Is it gone up in a commensurate with the hike in RBI hikes? No. Why? You would have seen, read many articles. Some of the banks have, some of these corporates are raising funds less than 7% for 10 years. How it is possible when your GSEC market is so high, but you are still borrowing at lower? Because banks' cost of fund is lower, it moves with the lag, and it has a CASA averaging. Okay, so that is the reason. So it shows that if you look at both the chart in consonant, it's an inverse correlation. So they absolutely move inversely. Okay. So this is now the same question is again bank whether capex will happen or not sure. Correct. Because this is also a reason we're showing the uptick. Now economy will grow from here, longer term perspective, yes. Okay, why yes, longer term perspective? Again, I'll just come back to this which I'm working right. This one. This is the reason that economy will grow. We are in a stronger footing for long term, not a short term. Short term, medium, there's a lot of turbulence happens. Okay, I think we have today. The presentation was on power of compounding, long term investing. So I'm saying long term India growth story very strong. Why this is so strong? We are 138 billion people. 67% working age. Mean सब काम कर रहे हैं घर में. 4 लोग हैं, 4 के 4 लोग काम कर रहे हैं. If 4 people are earning, then your savings, your disposable income will exponentially rise. When this exponentially will rise, you will spend. Right? That is a growth story. But we will get everything? No. What we need to do, that is again because first is itne log aa rahe hain. If there is no job creation, what will happen? Civil rights. So what is the first priority? First, create job. How the job will come? The second challenge. You are service economy. Look at I have put it over there. 54% is India's service sector economy. 26% now is manufacturing, and 18% is somewhere is coming from your agriculture. So that is how the structure is. So 54. This is a unique contrast to how generally economy behaves. They behave absolutely different. How they behave? First, we are on a low value. What is low value? Agriculture. Then we'll move to little high value, manufacturing. Manufacturing में low end manufacturing. Then we slowly move over to the value added, and then because लोगों की per capita income increase हो जाएगी, and then we move to service economy. And then in low value manufacturing we'll shed low value manufacturing and move to high value manufacturing. What we did? Agriculture, manufacturing छोड़ दिए बीच में से. Jump, service. This is also story why. Okay, we reach over there. Now, job creation is not there. Who will? Because India is a different India. We have one India which we are sitting talking about service class, high income. Everyone is talking about, right? Which is the India which is like a developed India. We want to behave like a developed world. We want to go to cafeterias, drink coffee, Starbucks. Everywhere we go, we like develop, like we behave. And I think the per capita income of this part of the economy is $10,000.
But then again, yeah, average.
Average. This India. So the second India, which is where the semi-urban or rural, wherein which you call Bharat. Bharat maybe there's next Bharat. There's two Bharat. Okay, there's not a one Bharat. So that Bharat is वहाँ पे जॉब्स ही नहीं है. आपके पास कौन सी 4 सिटीज हैं जिसमें आपके इंडिया में कौन सी सिटीज हैं जहाँ पे जॉब है? बॉम्बे, दिल्ली NCR, बैंगलोर, हैदराबाद. Name any big city. Pune. Name any big city where you see there's a job opportunities. Why people are coming to these places, even though there's a filthy. Bombay is like living condition is pathetic. People are living unhygiene condition. We are just running around, no infrastructure, but still jobs are there because that is why people are coming. Why? This is jobs here. This is concept. Manufacturing. These all are service centers. If you look at the corporate houses, service center, financial economy, your IT, pharma. Beyond this, nothing.
That's okay because that is reflected in the GDP. But the sheer number of population that we have and the increase in the people that are coming into the market who want job. So that is increasing.
So how will happen? Give manufacturing.
Exactly.
Manufacturing. So this manufacturing is going to fill the gap. That is why in India there's a theme called I'm going to cover. So Make in India. There's a story behind this. Okay. What are the steps government has taken? Lot of. It will pay off. We'll see the execution.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now but government has to do heavy lifting.
Correct.
And that they're doing. Now for this, you need a lot of funds.
Supply आएगा वापस rates बढ़ेंगे.
Who will provide funding?
Yeah, either from FDI or from borrowing government.
Challenge. Sir, challenge.
वापस वही साइकिल है ना सर.
Cycle challenge.
Supply आएगा वापस फरवरी में बजट आ रहा है.
So my point is, what I'm trying to convey here is, if you look at the shorter term or longer term GDP perspective, GDP longer term, you have a good growth story. Shorter term, by looking at those numbers, we will have a challenges. Growth cycle pick up, yes, it's pick up, but would it sustain? Not sure, because of global concerns.
Global uncertainties.
Okay.
Correct.
The credit cycle pickup you are seeing partly because of shifting from bond market to bank.
But again, this cycle will change. Maybe next
Cycle
after.
will change. See, these are cycles.
Next Diwali again we'll see something.
But I'm saying this is the perspective I'm giving, that what you are seeing as a number, headline numbers, there's a story behind this. If you go back the story, you will understand what is happening behind the story. Longer term story is good. Shorter term story,
uncertain.
Not sure.
But do a deep dive, as the madam did. Each and every company happening, development, do a deep dive and try to understand and identify wealth creation opportunities.
I think chemical sector there is a capex happening.
Sorry?
So in chemical sector there is lot of capex happening.
Huge capex because of China +1 or China +2.
Yeah, even now it is Europe +1.
Correct. That's why I say China +1 or China +2.
This is the reason I'm saying. There's a deglobalization happening. Not a complete deglobalization, to be honest. It's like a diversification.
Yes.
Okay. Why diversification? Because the pandemic has shown us the vulnerability of just-in-time approach. Just-in-time approach, that is where the challenge is, like wherever efficiency you produce over there and rest world will consume. But over concentration created a risk. Now the world thinking beyond China. China is a manufacturer.
It's all shifting even from Europe. Things are now shifting to the Asia and the East Asia.
So Europe story is so messy. If we talk about the Europe story, then it's a full of mess. Okay, it's a geopolitical blunders. That story is there. Okay, so we'll not just get into this because there is again divergence from our topic. So now whether India is a natural partner, it is opportunity. The first opportunity when the China started shutting down, because China abhi now there's no more low cost. Okay. So what will happen is they are moving to the high value industries. They are shutting down the low value that is moving, and that is moving even before pandemic. It's not that pandemic, before pandemic. And when it was moving, India was not a natural destination. Vietnam, Bangladesh, that is where the industry has gone. And to be honest, when I was talking about the Kaku Nakhate, she was saying कि India जब तक इंडियन गवर्नमेंट वहां पे अभी स्टार्ट करेगी, हम लोग उनको पिच करें, वियतनाम ने पूरा वहां पे ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, and they have decided the money, I mean the industry already shifting. It's already happened. So that is why we were slow.
Because relatively smaller, and then execution is very fast. So
Absolutely. Now, Make in India 2 came in the light of pandemic. They have rebranded Make in India 2. First Make in India was there, but not so successful. It was okay story. Make in India 2 with the focus, PLI, all these things. They
because
are
of pandemic, then they
to make India as an attractive destination. Why it is an attractive destination? Because it is a large economy, large consumption base. So it is not only to export but provide the domestic consumption opportunity. So that is why India is a large base, and that is why the seizing this moment and then they have come up with all kind of reforms, either hook or crook, whatever is there. So not getting into that's why they are, how they are getting into, but they're just trying to do something. Okay. Yes. So one part of it is also, I say, because in India, when there's a labor for manufacturing, they don't have skilled labor also. Now skilled labor, they have started with Skill India kind of programs. That is also one of the initiatives to create supply so that people can be absorbed. I would even further look at, though again it is divergent from that, the scheme which is came for this Agniveer, that is also part of to create a skill, because the people who are not getting job, they'll get training, and then after that they will come back in the industry, they will be employable. So this is a wider canvas. There are a lot of initiatives has been taken. I have even jotted down some of those, but there are a lot of things which are on the back. But I'm saying this is a long-term story, depending on purely on execution. But we have a story. Short term, not short term, but long term, yes.
And you mentioned about chemical sector, PLI sector, telecom sector. Again, there is a huge manufacturing story. We're talking about now chips. It was not thought about. It was only a wishful thinking. Multiple companies are looking at setting up chips because it required mega investment, and people who are not willing to take the risk. So with IBC codes and
Vedanta announced about the semiconductor investment, and I think yesterday Tata is also
Tatas are talking about, and incentives are given. And what happened is we talked about Vietnam also, a small country, but you have to look at a bigger picture. Earlier it was China plus Taiwan. Taiwan became a big risk. So where to go? Small country, Taiwan, everybody is worried. In fact, Hong Kong also people are worried. People are shifting from Hong Kong or Taiwan. So easiest decision is to, that whole ecosystem is quite attractive. So Taiwan thing goes to here. But some of the bluest of blue chips multinationals who want to shift from Taiwan, they would look at Vietnam. Otherwise, the big picture is China was huge capacities, which is all at a very, very huge risk. People are talking about political disintegration also.
Sir,
like the bigger Russia, it has happened. So here, short term is a growth story. We talked about long term. PLI is purely short term. Chemicals is purely short term. China opportunities. Pharma, raw materials, API is purely short term. But okay, government is giving confidence. So we'll do this protection, of the economy, because everybody, WTO, everybody started protecting their own economies. So short term is good. Capacities are getting utilized.
Specific sectors. See, we are talking here about the overall economy. Your specific sectors may not be. See, but on the other hand, this, as in we started from the talk of this credit offtake. So credit offtake that you've seen is not the numbers that you just look at the number, but go beyond the number, then you will realize that why this number is higher offtake or uptake numbers.
Another point on credit offtake which comes is this year we are talking about 17%, but if you take the last 3 years, credit offtake was very, very low. So if you take the 5-year average, you won't get 17%. It will come to that earlier thing was, two times of GDP. When the GDP is on average line, or when GDP is high growth, it often becomes 2.5 times of GDP. So for 3 years, credit offtake was very low. That is when these rates of 4%, 4.5%, we talk about one NBFC raised money at 7%, below 7%.
On this, the orange line is the credit offtake that has, whereas your deposit growth is almost flat. That's again a different point where don't just ignore the growth deposit side, but look at from the credit offtake which Manoj has spoken about. So it's like we have seen the revival.
So deposit growth was more than the credit growth.
No, credit growth is now.
Yeah, now, but earlier deposit growth was more, and credit growth, banks were not lending. In fact, banks had stopped lending, not because credit growth was not there. They were not finding good quality rated borrowers. So banks had gone on
uncertainty of the COVID also. I think
that came later. That NPA and that paralysis and those circulars, because of that, provisioning. That was those RBI strengthening the whole system.
Even lending.
And also capital adequacy. So deposit growth continued, and your equity market was not doing well. So that was the safest. In fact, the credit bonds, Franklin and all those happened. The credit mutual funds were not considered safe. So ultimately, it's the averages which take into impact. So the point is, when you know credit offtake is there, it will be sustained for quite some time, because 3 years there is no credit growth. It will continue, and once this fear of recession gets over, it will get over whatever. It's some question of number of quarters. When at that time people have this capex on drawing boards, they are only afraid about recession because the corporate models, lending models, they always say X percentage domestic, X percentage exports, because currency is an important factor. So as of now, temporarily there is uncertainty on recession expect, based on what happens in a couple of quarters. But ultimately it's a short-term thing, because it's very calibrated. The finance minister said we are all talking to each other. Today G20, we are at the head of the table. So the whole world wants to avoid challenges, otherwise the money printing goes on. It's a compulsion.
That's why he said we are like Arjuna. We are watching it. He said it multiple times.
In fact, he given the same example in a closed door meetings also when we had. So, I mean, there's the point to say is there are headwinds. Now, headwinds will also reflect in equity. Okay. There's a different way to look at. Everyone has a perspective. Sir has shown some of the charts, which most of the charts are showing it's almost peak. Okay, most of the
charts are very clear. There were many charts, value charts of many companies.
There were Piramal, Yes Bank, and
insurance companies. Many insurance companies.
Yeah, insurance companies.
So it was a proper selection of charts. It was a planned, calibrated selection of charts. And
so where to look at market? And the reason being, and even one more thing, IT. It's not over. If things change, IT will be the first thing which will change.
So, as is sir said, this is what I'm going to cover as in my themes with the UCLA people.
Digital, forget that now. Digital. Acha, now you mentioned about we would prefer somebody like you or somebody can cover some charts of chemical sector, telecom sector. Different people. So everybody can contribute. Just give a thought, give a trigger. You have the whole roundtable group to support you.
Currency, we can just
repeat trading. I will not be covering as an entire digital, because this is again a very different topic where we can have a online discussion.
First week of
just give you a brief perspective of the digital currencies.
I'll be happy to do it.
Digital currencies are.
So, is it a long-term strategy?
पैसा रहेगा तो डॉलर में आएगा.
It's a digital currency. Basically,
you will have more upstream companies also.
The government want to replace it with the cash economy. So it is not a replacement of UPI. UPI is a bank money, where the digital currency is equivalent to cash. So just put in the perspective, because most of the people get confused with the cash and the money, the term that we use. So money is act as a value of exchange. Okay, so where central bank issues currencies, and those currencies are backed by the economic resources. So this is where we look at the currency, and this is the cash that we have. So it's kind of promissory note or debt instrument. Now, when this debt instrument issued in digital form, it's become digital currency. So digital currency and currency note same is okay. Now what we look at as a UPI, so for that we need to understand the payment system first and how the banks works. So how the banking system works is wherein commercial banks are intermediaries and they are accepting deposits. Now, these deposits can be easily convertible into cash. So this system is called an account-based system where money is not created by the central bank. Money is created by banks. So this, when the banks, this is called account-based system. So in this money, that where the money is debited or credited from your account, okay, so that when you're using UPI, this is money which is debited and credited from debited or credited from your account. But actually, what RBI has issued money, that is not there. That's not a currency in circulation which is there. So it is because it is so convenient and easily replaceable. So bank, what money that we are using is created by the banks. Money multiplier, whatever it is bank money. So here we run the credit risk. Because when we are depositing money in a bank, तो RBI से आपका 1 लाख तक या 5 लाख तक मैं सेव करूँगा, उसके ऊपर आप अपना देखो, तो we are running the credit on this. Now what the digital currency will do? Digital currency is equal to cash. If you have a cash, then RBI is promising that I will pay. So if it is digital cash, then it means even though wherever it is, your credit risk is removed. So settlement risk, credit risk, everything is removed. So there's nothing is there. That is a very basic concept. Now it has a far-reaching implications of uses. Impacts are very far-reaching. It's just as a layman term or saying. When you're talking about UPI, right now you're using digital money. Yeah, you're using digital money, but that is a bank's money, created account money. When you're using currency, then it is actually like a cash. So once you make the payment, transaction is complete. So no credit risk involved, and it is in complete in itself.
Most important thing is there are a big difference between digital currency and UPI, because the way it is going to be in terms of digital currency is it will be backed by tokens, which means it will be on blockchain, which only will mean that nothing can be hacked, or it can, the 0.00 whatever percent it can be hacked. So that is the safety. The current UPI systems are not like that. Okay, so this is the best mechanism, and in fact I have been advocating this in my discussions online. When he used to ask me what happens in terms of cryptos, and here we are sitting at 16,000 and 17,000 versus 60,000 and 65,000 for bitcoins.
But there was a time of 3,000 and 4,000 and 6,000 also. But the point is, today we have an alternative, because people wanted to keep money in tokens.
Correct.
And here India is leading.
And exactly, and that's where we were heading, and that's why I was cautioning people not to go for the bitcoins and things of that sort.
See, again, when you talking about this bitcoins, so currency is nothing but a debt instrument. When debt instrument is issued by central bank, it's a sovereign.
Correct.
When it's issued by you and me, it has inherent credit risk. Your credit risk, my credit risk. Now, any system, either Bitcoin or Ethereum, anything, who is issuing? That is a basic
fundamental difference.
So, if it go bad, who will pay? Whom you will claim? Here you go to Reserve Bank, say, boss, you promise. Okay, either your country is going bankrupt, then that's the only way. But still, because your currency is still valid in India. So, in the case of private digital currencies, you are running a credit risk. And if it goes bad, Then whom to claim?
Not a credit risk because it's not a credit instrument, but speculation risk.
So it's a
Some people say investment, but actually it's not an investment.
Correct.
Because no regulator defines it as an investment.
So what is
It's
underlying?
It's a speculation.
there's no
Exactly.
underlying.
So what is underlying?
So underlying investment के लिए आपके पास कुछ चाहिए
Underlying.
underlying.
Underlying
Explain करनी है.
is a word which a few people have been openly saying, including the chief of JP Morgan. Underlying is a Ponzi scheme. It has happened last month. In fact, we always discuss the latest developments here. Besides this, there was one very large fund. There were $5 billion of requests coming in a week. And that declared bankruptcy. Before the bankruptcy was declared, 1 week before, there was talks getting over of another large token, Beyonce, trying to salvage it. Salvage not that company itself effectively, because once that panic comes, there'll be huge drawdowns. But point is, there was a reporter who spilled the beans.
But after FTX,
it happened, and because of that, at a threat of his life, nobody knew. He said some particular thing is there. It led to another thing to another, and before it happened so fast. Before people could run for his life, talking in a different way, US bankruptcy law offers a lot of protection. And he filed. What will happen?
Chapter 11.
What will happen? Huge amount of funds have been diverted already. Now we don't know how many counts will happen, whether it will be a criminal fraud case or not, to what extent. We know about insider trading. But here there was a talk about a lot of lobbying and electoral funds also moving. So point is, huge funds have been diverted. There was a research outfit also. Is right. A lot of funds were diverted. One fine day after that proceedings are over, it can come back in another form. But we have to be very, very careful about some of this best, very well-known global funds are investing in such instruments, whether it is REITs or whether it is cryptos or you say tokens. But I believe Indian tokens are giving them a huge opportunity. And the latest I was looking at the last time we discussed, we talked about X number of countries are now, globally are doing it. Last week there was a development. One African country was trying to force this digital. They are saying stop all cash transactions. It happened last week in one of the African countries.
Yeah. See, REITs is okay. REITs is backed by real estate.
No. Here there is something. So, it's supposed to be backed by real estate.
Real estate. Suppose you have a flat.
Yes.
You can tokenize your real estate into several tokens.
Yes.
And you can actually buy a part of that flat.
True. So that is a mutual fund concept. But what happens? This is again the latest development which has happened.
But it is safe.
No, point is safety is a depend on value. REIT is you can withdraw the funds. It's supposed to be liquid. But what has happened last week, there were huge drawdowns on the largest real estate fund in the world. There were huge drawdowns.
Oh, yeah.
And that fund was not able to pay. That fund was not able to pay.
All over the market.
Okay.
So it has reached the redemption limit.
So it happened, and then they could not pay. Now what happens? Usually such transactions have a spiraling effect. Now if it had spiraled and mothballed, it could have impacted whole real estate global industry. What they did, they said I think some X percentage, half of it was redeemed and half they did not say no next time, and immediately they are smart. Again, there are huge redemptions. They are trying to sell huge sellable properties to get that money. Possibly even if they do it at a small loss, 2, 3, 4%, it won't matter because liquidity is important. What Blackstone did is again, it's a clever strategy which often doesn't work in the long term. It works. They said other REITs are not working or other REITs are underperforming. Other REITs, they have made losses. But our strategy is such, our REIT will make money. So there is, again, people say, here I am getting good return. equities we don't understand, or too volatility. Bond markets even more volatility. Bond funds first time after decades bond markets they lost money. So here they said consistently we have been giving over 6% return, and we will continue to give. Even now they are not marking down. They are not marking down to 0% return when others are saying minus return. They are not marking down because the confidence is there. So even in spite of recessions, the property prices have gone up in the US.
I'll tell you the reason. Blackstone's, the fund which is there is held by the top 10 US investors. The top 10, 85% of the investments in that fund is made by the top 10 investors in the US.
They're the real money guys.
These are the real guys and have the holding capacity. So, but they had asked for redemptions. But if Blackstone said that I'm not able to repay, please wait, they would be able to wait.
But,
and that saved them.
But if they say we can't repay, there are 100 more which will ask for redemption. So they just said, let's take a pause. I will give you X money on this date, and the balance I'll give you. But they started working on deals, huge deals. Now we don't know. Now like this crypto, somehow there is a type of that panic collapse to zero did not happen. It was again based on international global markets. People are talking about the pause or that max rate. Here also, like Yogesh said, maybe 6.75% or 6. So there also they are talking about max rate. Yeah, there also US they were talking about the max rate.
All real estate funds and investments. This is even happening in China because of the big, companies. Now
they are in default.
Partly.
They are in default. China में तो what लगी है?
But because even the default are the state companies. And only few real estate magnates.
They are not really state companies, but indirect state companies.
So huge vested interests are there in this tokens, cryptos, and it's a huge. But ultimately, everybody wants to protect. And this week there is a global report for 2023. Which talks about good return on equities over 5%, global markets, good return on bond markets over 5% after a washout year, and good return on REITs also. So in spite of this thing, because ultimately these central bank talk often gets discounted immediately. So hopefully it will be 2023 will be a good year for all of us to
invest,
to increase our knowledge, understand, understand.
That is a good thing.
Learn and learn from experience. Protect yourself and your stakeholders, and create wealth with very, very clear disclaimers.
Harsh, how costly would be this digital currency when we compare it with the printed currency? So the cost of the digital, cost of digital currency I'm talking about. One thing I want to ask.
Cost of digital currency is called seigniorage cost, where when any central bank issue notes, it has to maintain it. So that cost would save for the banks. I'm not remembering the exact numbers. 5,000 crores something.
I'll give you a simple answer.
That number is there.
You can remember throughout your life. The cost of digital currency is less than cost of printing money in a mint. That finance minister has clearly said that.
Sir, costing is 5,000 crores.
Lower than the mint cost. Mint cost is quite high. And
servicing cost is there.
And incidentally, due to
many other things which finance minister didn't say. But it actually comes into picture is that करेंसी चेस्ट में इतना कैश होता है, अकाउंट्स में उसको डालना पड़ता है, उसका ऑडिट है, सीसीटीवी है, सिक्योरिटी है, करेंसी चेस्ट अगर स्टेट बॉर्डर पे तो उसको एडिशनल सिक्योरिटी, देयर आर मेनी अदर थिंग्स.
So cost is much lower, and because of the technology advantage, which the Prime Minister cleared. Our cost is effectively even lower than the cost of digital currencies by any other country in the world. So we have the technological advantage also,
logistic
and we have the logistic advantage and print cost.
Remember what I had been saying. You do digital currency throughout the economy. If it happens, your black money will go in a jiffy.
So this is my
So eventually all the money will be in the system.
Or everything will be in the system.
No, but if digital
even now cash is in the system. It's all about tracking.
क्या डिजिटल में आने दो ना तो जीडीपी उतना दिखेगा ना.
सी अगर ब्लॉकचेन है, अगर कंप्लीट एनोनिमिटी है तो उतना तो वे आउट ये लोग भी निकाल ही लेंगे टू कीप इट इन ब्लैक.
कैसे नहीं कन्वर्ट करते वक्त मालूम पड़ जाएगा.
Okay.
But governor clearly said there is anonymity as of today.
No anonymity.
But as of today, of course, the technology guys, people who break
why I'm talking like that? Because जब 2000 का नोट आया तो बोलते थे चिप होगा, ये होगा, वो हो गया. अभी मार्केट में 2000 का नोट गायब है.
चिप हो गया.
आरबीआई का अगर आप रिपोर्ट देखोगे तो कम से कम 30 लाख करोड़ के कैश में से ना 15-16 लाख करोड़ तो 2500 के नोट होते हैं.
बराबर.
But there is a big advantage.
It's with political parties or
the governor said in UPI versus digital, this currency, UPI there is no anonymity and here there is anonymity. So that's the big advantage.
We don't know.
I don't think so. It can't be.
He clearly said.
Okay.
And as of now, over 15% of India's payments is through UPI.
नहीं सर, यूपीआई इकोनॉमी तो अलग इकोनॉमी है. मतलब आप वो बाकी के 10 लाख करोड़ बोल रहे हैं जो अकाउंटेड है.
Try to understand the technology and the reason for this. Then probably you will appreciate better. Okay.
It works. Point is, it is work. People are using it.
Point is, any digital payment, either it is a token or in a blockchain, DLT, whatever you call it, when you have digital footprints, it cannot be anonymous.
Yeah, it cannot
be anonymous. Yes, anonymity is limited anonymity. Limited anonymity means banks will not know what you are doing, but government knows.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is the anonymity that you don't know, the other person doesn't know. In account statement, nothing reflecting, but government has a system. किसके अकाउंट में किसके वॉलेट में पैसा जा रहा है. मनोज मेरे को टोकन दे रहा है, मैं मनोज को दे रहा हूँ. आप कैश देते हो, गवर्नमेंट को पता है नहीं पता है.
But I do it or you do it out of white money. So it is a
opportunity. It's not white and black. It's about the question is anonymity. We are not discussing here the question of white and black. That is a different question. Okay. So the question is anonymity.
It's important.
Any digital footprints, or when you're going digitally, there are some or the other footprints that can be tracked. The only thing is that would not be available as such. Like in the bank case, where easily footprints are available with the banks and can be easily taken out, it will be government where they will be using.
Yes, still enforcement agencies can use it.
Now, sir is saying a very good part of digital currency. Yes, very good part of those digital currencies. White economy. It's like a sweet demon. I would always say it's a sweet demon.
Correct.
Okay, but everything has a positive and negative. So now these are all positive, and it depends on who is the user. Okay, how will you use?
Village economy can't.
No, sir. Even I would say I agree.
As of now,
even village economy will use.
There are many more savvy people in the.
These all positive. Financial inclusion enhances, servicing, village economy will boom, everything will boom. Now just give you another perspective of that. Tomorrow, government knows everything, your behavior. If it wants to track your behavior and want to change your behavior or anything that you are doing, it can clamp down and you can be completely controlled. That is another aspect of it. Okay. Again,
control, harassment, whatever you may call it.
So the same tool is a tool of prosperity, and the same tool is a tool to complete government control and could be considered as a monarchy. So these are the flip side of that. But again, depending upon how you're using, if it's using for constructive purpose, it will take us to the path of prosperity.
Correct.
If it use it for destructive purpose, we will be completely state controlled. So your behavior, that is why
Going towards China.
the next.
No, I don't think so.
Don't talk about the China or anything. It can be anyone. So don't just segregate because we believe that this country is this country is this. Even US is also not good. Okay, so no country is good. No state is good.
US also tracks a lot.
So everyone tracks.
It is who is in the power and how he misuse he wants to do.
It's about how you
and how to use it also, no?
It's
It's
about-
used
it's all
to
about-
raise revenue. It
like
is,
I just give you a
good.
very simple practical example of that.
Contextual actually.
Okay, the practical
It's
example is which is a pilot started in China. Now look at positive side of it, but there's a negative side of it also. Same example. They have put money in people's account with the time frame that within this time frame this money will be used. If it is not used, it will expire. So now what is a good thing? They have given you money to stimulate economy. Stimulation, people are generally hoarding. So now you're giving you time frame. You have to use it, otherwise it will expire. So people go and spend. So what will happen? When your economy is in stress, you're taking fiscal measures, you hand out the money and the economy should immediate monetary action, immediate happens, fiscal action, good part. Second
Now-
part,
now coming
the
to-
second part, who is having excess money or something they are tracking using, your money is cancelled in the system, is no usable. They can immediately cancel out.
So while we are closing, one final question for Yogesh, others we can take offline, is when people go to withdraw cash in a bank, so the bank teller gives the cash. When do you foresee the bank will say, you're taking cash, we'll transfer it to your wallet, you can use it whenever
he said
you
it will
like.
be out of bank. He said in his speech that you need not to have a bank account to have these digital currencies.
Yes, so the bank can issue.
So it will be completely out of bank's
directly
network now.
instead of giving cash, so wallet goes out of the cash.
Yeah.
But again, the cash economy itself, it's a tool for the bank. You will save the cost of dispensation.
Discussing is a very small part of we common people who are going to use it. For all large ticket transaction, wherever cash is getting handled
50 crores, that is
whatever purpose it is
50
getting handled, it will
50
remain in cash.
50 crores mobiles, 50 crores wallet
not
accounts.
taken it as a complete point of discussion, just given you a small glimpse. There are many more aspects which is there. I have covered this presentation with the Citibank.
We take it now, Yogesh.
Okay.
Final water, thanks from you.
So these are the
We have
concerns.
One thing. So in addition to the physical currency, right?
Physical currency will stay.
So if I just say it like this, that government actually printed some more additional currencies. Can you interpret like that? No.
No. Additional money.
I'm asking that. See,
आज के दिन में currency in circulation is 32 lakh crore. Okay.
No, I just case example. Today it started. So today first thing I'm going to the bank and asking me for CDL, digital currency. So he will be debit my account and give me digital currency. But they already have that cash lying in this box.
So वो जो cash है वो cancel हो जाएगा, वो RBI के पास जाएगा. So RBI की balance sheet.
So if I just out of curiosity, so today supposing that first day this started and almost 10 lakhs were withdrawn as digital currency. So on that day what will bank will just send the 10 lakhs to RBI on that day?
उसमें क्या होगा? देखो, आपकी balance sheet बनती है बैंक RBI की. RBI की बैलेंस शीट में लायबिलिटी साइड है. लायबिलिटी क्या है उसके? करेंसी नोट्स. करेंसी लायबिलिटी. नाउ करेंसी नोट में दो पार्ट हो जाएंगे. वन इज कैश करेंसी, डिजिटल करेंसी.
वो मैं समझ गया.
तो जितना डिजिटल करेंसी है जो आरबीआई है, जो बैंक के चेस्ट में जाता है, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इट्स आरबीआई's मनी. सो दैट मनी आरबीआई विल ट्राई टू टेक बैक. सो दिस मनी इन सर्कुलेशन, द कैश जो है वो सर्कुलेशन में कम हो जाएगा, डिजिटल कैश आ जाएगा, वो टोटल कैश इन सर्कुलेशन से सेम, बट योर कैश फॉर्म इज चेंज.
But I think I got that. Only gradually it is getting withdrawn.
Going forward, it will bring a lot of disruption.
Slowly over the period, large part of the economy they want to make it as a cashless economy.
But
you
can't deposit
hard cash.
Your account will be debited.
Digital format.
Another way.
Going forward, it will bring disruption for clearing companies, cash management companies, all these things. I think there will be problems for them.
Yes, possibly there could be a disruption.
5 years down the line, they will be out of business.
No, but they may not be out of business because the economy is growing, and this will be very, very calibrated. As of now, the experiment we know has started from 1st of December. It is like limited to 4 banks, limited to X number of transactions.
So you
still don't know the year. They may go from cash, bond, etc. We don't know when they will implement for.
But that is what I'm talking.
Because
assuming it's 5 years down the line, they bring it out. So I think this company will have no business.
Things will change totally.
Migrate somewhere.
So change totally. Now it was a Bitcoin, crypto. कुछ करने का है. And India has luckily been successful. I think the 4 private banks.
One point I would like to.
Yes bank actually.
What Harish said.
One of the banks is Yes Bank also.
There is the risk that government also knows. When they have this control, people will stop using currency. There will be alternative modes. See, your currency is dependent because it's a credit. It's a credit for the government. Government is lending it. So currency belongs to you. A note belongs to you. If you come to know कि ये मेरा digital हो गया, कभी भी government wipe out कर लेगा. Nobody will keep the currency. So this is what if you read that paper, na? So they know that. Do you think people are fool? For example, if you have currency and if you know government will tomorrow मेरा ज़्यादा पैसा होगा, they will cancel it. Who will keep it? Let alone they will keep it in other currency, other countries' currency, other countries. So this is a sovereign risk. So this is not easy answer. Nobody knows.
ये तो छोटा पोर्शन है जो हमारे मेरे पास
बहुत छोटा
बड़े ट्रांजैक्शन है रियल एस्टेट के
I'm just giving you idea. It's not that simple. जैसे हमने 2 मिनट में बोल दिया ना करेंसी आएगी, government cannot control things like this so easily. It's very difficult. See, individual also knows na how they have earned money. That is what. So this is how crypto came, because people were not happy with US. They said कि US currency dollars का कोई वो नहीं है, we should have our own currency.
And it is worth trillions of dollars.
हाँ, तो
so much is there. So there is a huge opportunity.
तो अभी दूसरा कैसे आ रहा है? इथेरियम आ रहा है. There are different things that is going on. अभी डेफी आ रहा है. जो there are many things. So it's not easy.
But those are Ponzi schemes.
No. That is not. This is totally incorrect. That is totally incorrect. It's a proper scheme. People are smart contracts and other things who are legal. I'm not talking about illegal thing. You and me want to do a contract and I don't want to get into lawyer and other thing. मैं आपको supply करूँगा. जैसी contract होगा smart contract, money will get. That will go through. So how will it happen? It happen through digital currency. आपको supply कर दिया, trigger हो गया, पैसा चला गया. कोई झंझट नहीं, कोई supply करेगा, ये करेगा. This is coming in as a parallel economy cross border. So this will work. Wait for 10 years, you will see things changing. Multifold, this will change. आप सोचिए ना, आप बोलोगे मैं क्यों जाऊंगा, मैं इसको चेक दूंगा, वो देगा कि बराबर मेरे को माल मिल गया नहीं मिल गया. When economy becomes seamless, supply chain contract है, supply हो गया, trigger हो गया, smart contract will smart contract is started now. It is not, although use cases are less, therefore people are not able to, but still there are some use cases. धीरे-धीरे sovereign level पे हो जाएगा ना, government to government transfer. Why somebody will need cross border, ये सब जो SWIFT account ये सब.
So the transaction cost is coming down significantly.
Nobody wants transaction cost. सबसे बड़ा question ये है SWIFT
cost for.
In fact, in Africa, they were the first guys to start it. One African country, and they have reaped the benefits of that.
So अभी सबसे बड़ा problem है, people have started losing faith in US, Europe. Faith एक बार होता है ना, see, US dollar currency has faith, everything gets translated. Now, भले ही सामने नहीं बोलेंगे, but they have lost the faith. So this is how crypto started. No, नहीं, diversify नहीं. अभी कैसा है, US dollar जो है, US dollar has become volatile, it is not. But exchange medium India के लिए भी वही है. Why if I have to do with Russia? Why I should do only with US dollar? Other currency is not.
It is the strongest currency.
हाँ वही. तो ये कब तक वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ. And you're absolutely right. But कब तक? Maybe 10 years you will also question.
One thing which I don't understand.
Let Yogesh come and give his final send off.
Both of you can answer this question. In the RBI governor's remark.
That's why I mentioned to him. So then we can do informal networking.
Harish, RBI governor's speech. He said the rate of oil is taken at 100 rupees. Sorry, $100. Import. Right? Now, I don't understand that. I don't believe that at all. If they are saying they are getting oil at 25% discount to the Brent oil, how can that be 100? How do the wrong return
What they have taken is for computation, what they have
Okay.
for this, that is why the government, I think, they have taken $100 as a, when they are computing fiscal deficit numbers, they have computed how much they would be value come out. Okay, that is where they have taken the value as such as in $100.
तो आज का रेट
जब उसको आपको बजटिंग करनी है, कोई बजटिंग के लिए आपको रेट चाहिए,
बराबर है,
रेट तब 125 था, तो उन्होंने एवरेज लिया 100.
नहीं 125 के
No, it's only a benchmark. Actually, the discount is on a rate when the parties negotiate, not the seller and the buyer.
I understand.
Discount is at that point of time.
For the forecasting, they have taken a benchmark. The benchmark oil for computation purposes, they have taken the average as in $100. Okay, on this basis, the all computation has been done. Now, because market is moving, it has gone 125 also, but averagely it is roughly around $100. In fact, now it has come down, so it is more pushed up. Now, actual deals have happened with Russia. That is why protection for India is, which is around $70-75. The deals are.
That is one of the reasons which I don't understand. The 100.
So there are these
few minutes. We're just waiting for Yogesh. So as a courtesy.
Forecasting. So now you run your own setting.
Yeah. I'm and I've already told
Let
them.
Yogesh come now, then we
Acha, he's going to say that. Is it?
Yeah, final closing. Then we'll do that. So a personal topic and do later. Yeah, I know. It's a success for the roundtable. Over 70% were sitting for more than 1 hour. Huh?
मनोज भाई आपकी तरफ से कुछ वैल्यू फिक्स है क्या?
हाँ?
आपकी तरफ से वैल्यू फिक्स?
No, we are just waiting for Yogesh to close formally. Then offline. Discuss.
He's going to
offline.
speak next
No, we are
on
not. So
value and
let's-
valuables.
Value and valuable.
Part of interaction.
Yeah, I do financial consultancy actually.
Okay.
Let's let him.
I do everything.
That's why I told him
in the sense
before. So
fund
to
placements
give, so we can start.
for companies.
Just Ravindra, just check, no?
Yeah, just
We are just waiting for him.
Cable, the mergers, acquisitions, thing in terms of
Actually, sometimes we take all the group photo also standing
for bank
that we should have done earlier.
if they require funds.
Because I have started this scheme very recently.
Yeah, so I was setting him for more than 30-40 minutes.
Gotcha.
Share sufficiently. Start to create more visibility and.
So my visibility is over.
No, let's set sometimes.
नहीं यहाँ
We can
इनको
go on that.
वो बोलेंगे actually because I think I might be here hardly 3 months now because I'm migrating to Australia.
You're relocating? Achha. So,
Family is
okay. So, planning to have something there, setting up there?
हाँ वो चालू हो जाएगा चालू करेंगे करना तो है there is no retirement age no
There are also quite a few opportunities. वहाँ पे भी काफी.
Yeah, quite a few opportunities वहाँ जाके देखेंगे because वहाँ the market is very hot there.
Yes. ICBC. Yes. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China.
Where are you, Yogesh? We're waiting for you.
So I thank
Yogesh, thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Yeah. And I thank everyone for their participation, interaction, active participation.
Yes.
And I hope this continues. next meeting, sir will inform when we are scheduling. Probably it won't be physical or digital.
Whatever, you have to inform based on the participants. The topics you come out.
Yeah. So anyways, we have a waiting list. It depends how we schedule.
So we have at least, I think, 2 or 3, more than 3, right? Potential speakers who can cover.
So it depends how we fit it.
Kitchen.
So be active, give your topics, particularly, like 3 of you, to Yogesh or Aditya, finalize it and come out with it. Even if you do 20-minute session, you saw how, Sandeep, 12 charts, 12-15 minutes, lot of provocative, so more than half the time is yours.
Sometimes goes beyond that.
Just give the idea, something, it comes off, and so much potential knowledge.
And that too from the horse's mouth.
We gain.
Writes notes to accounts to ICICI Bank.
Exactly. Yes.
रिपोर्ट में डालूंगा क्लाइंट बोलता नहीं हम नोट्स में लेते हैं रिपोर्ट में मत करो
Feedback actually from 3 of you. Give specific feedback so Yogesh can discuss with the whole team. Please give us your feedback now.
Draft is more important than final report.
What was your experience? You have come for the second time.
First time.
Okay, so great. So give your feedback, and for a session for 3 hours, you have been here 4 hours discussion, contributing. Please share your feedback. Yogesh, feedback from yes.
It's a wonderful platform, like all the participants are knowledgeable and senior and sharing openly the knowledge with all of us. So it is very beneficial for us as well. So what we understand and how the world is moving outside, it is really giving a gist of it in a very short span of time. Like reading material is a lot, but out of that what is relevant and what is we have to just need not to give any attention. That is what I can feel. Here we have like very specific, clear and relevant knowledge sharing. That is what is really.
And you will be contributing in the years to come.
Yes, definitely.
Ravindra, feedback from you.
No, it's very nice. That's why I came up again. And on this Saturday, others had some other programs. So really, it's and it gives a very different view from what we normally get from the news channels.
Yeah.
So that was very relevant for me.
And you will contribute in a much bigger way.
I try to do it. I'm learning to do that in better way. Yes.
Something from you.
I'm a critic of
first time. Great.
So I found that the speakers were quite passionate about the subject. So that's what, like even Mayur and yourself also, so much of interaction. So, coming here on a weekend, with keeping your family and other commitments aside, and then only when the topic is favorite and there is a lot to contribute and so much passion. So that's what I feel that, very, very nice to interact and listen.
Great. And here, incidentally, every participant is a speaker.
Yes.
That's it. That's how Yogesh is actually now developing it.
Everyone has to speak. It should not be someone is speaking and everybody is just listening.
So we'll be having something from you, significant also. You will keep contributing.
Definitely.
So get more people who are passionate about it. Actually, who can participate. Because when he's fixing up tomorrow, there could be digital, could hybrid, but one doesn't know how many participants will come. Sometimes we are coming today. It was a full house. Last time we were in that hall. The people did not have place to sit. That console room. Here. So one doesn't know. In fact, you should reach out and say, I am coming.
No, actually, institute don't send mail.
No, that's okay. But even we did not know such a good response. It has come. So we were wondering whether it will be 5 people or it will be 20 or 70. We didn't know. Alright? Sometimes we interact, so you should come. You want this topic, it is being held. And here, this is the only platform, the only roundtable where topics are decided by participants themselves. And they themselves are speakers.
So we are also learning.
Or past speakers, they have been there and who have been sharing knowledge and experience, no holds barred, as you said, It goes beyond the TV channel.
It's very relevant over there. Yeah.
So that's it. Thanks, Yogesh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chalo, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Wonderful.
Chalo, sir.
Excellent job.
Chalo. Nice to catch up after a long time. वही तो बोल रहा हूँ अपना कॉल मेरा फोन अंदर रहता है यार
हाँ मैंने एक दो बार
सब लफड़ा हो जाता है
You are into most relevant topics, especially when you are